Well.
Yeah.
I love accidentally clicking buttons and having loud noises.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as I got the notification that we went live, that's the sound that I heard.
Right? It's like, oh, goody.
Let's see.
That was for,
Alright, we should be good everywhere. Hit the button, do the thing. Alright. Hi. This is going to be episode 35 of Adventures from Amethil. Yeah, I don't really have any housekeeping stuff. I guess for the players to see you all are aware, right? You guys are starting off this session with 10 golden D20s because of the absolute like spree that TikTok went on last session. So
thanks, TikTok.
So yeah, so you start off with 10 of those. And I think at some point we might have to put a cap on how many you can have banked. So I would recommend using them when needed. Yeah. On that note, who's doing recap tonight?
We know that answer.
Is Megan doing recap?
I don't know the answer. So,
No.
Someone say something.
No one else ever fucking does unless I'm like, no!
It's because you volunteer too easily.
It's because I just accepted it as my job because nobody else wanted to do it, and I'd rather just step up.
Do you know what Navy stands for? Never again volunteer yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I live by that a lot of the time.
All right, then. I guess on that note, Megan, take it away.
Okay. All right, we opened up the last session with the end of a battle between us and some giant skeleton scorpion things. From there, Thrain goes to change back out of his vestments and return to that job he took, while Desmond heads back to the healing tent where he's told they're closing down the healing tent. Like, this is going to be its last day. And then by the end of the day, when he's told to get out of there, he heads to a library to do some research on potential Shadowfell artifacts and knowledge, and he doesn't find much beneficial. In fact, most of it just infuriates him because it's wrong. But he does find that somewhere in the Towering Wilds, there is a place where the veil between the Shadowfell and the material plane is thin. But it doesn't seem to be large enough to transport the entirety of his kingdom. But food for thought. Nell shops around and ends up commissioning a full plate armor set from a blacksmith who doesn't really yet have a storefront, but hey, support the little man. As night falls, Nell waits in the obsidian Boots Tavern, facing the entrance to flag down Thrain as he returns. The two share a drink, and Nell apologizes for their poor wording in their last talk. They reaffirm that they were only trying to confirm his stance on the subject and what happened overall. And they in no way support Shogun's actions in acting against the order. Nell also expressed their concern in Thrain's recent changes in behavior and personality, the bouts of rage he had been entering. Thrain admits that he is afraid that he's going to end up potentially losing the power that his god provides him to access the weave and use his clerical gifts, and is attempting to channel his anger to increase his fighting prowess in case he ends up losing his magic, so he doesn't feel like he will end up being a liability and useless among the party. Nell and him chat about how their magic works and how it's not so different, in that if Nell takes a wrong step, they just might end up breaking their oath and losing their magic as well. I lost my place in my notes. So after a few drinks into the discussion, they end up heading upstairs. Nell goes to check on Roderick before going to sleep. And considering he had been missing all day and was assumed to just be hanging out in his room, they knock to find absolutely no answer. They end up testing the doorknob and see that it opens. Upon peeking in, the room is empty with a note out in the open to be found. The note says that he will be out of town for a few days and not to worry. Signed, Roderick. Nell is too intoxicated to think much of that and goes to bed. Wakes up the next morning, during morning training goes, "Roderick's illiterate! Fuck!" Gets a little bit nervous. Knocks on Thrain's, bless you, John. Knocks on Thrain's door far too early for Thrain to be awake, and Thrain doesn't really stir upon the knocking on the door, so they quickly move on to Desmond's to ask him about when the last time he saw Roderick was, and explains the note. The two end up going to his room to look around for any signs of a struggle and see if Desmond has any insight as to what happened. Nell ends up going down and asking the individual at the front desk whether or not they had recently seen Roderick, and if he had asked them to write something for him. They tell him no, haven't seen him all day. And no, he didn't ask anything to be written down. Desmond doesn't seem too worried, but Nell's pretty nervous. Morning continues to pass, and lost my place again. Morning begins to pass. Thrain wakes up and returns to working at the same place he had taken a job at temporarily. And halfway through the day, he heads to consecration. Desmond continues to research and working on his weapon, but midday meets Thrain as he's about to leave the temple to ask about Roderick. They talk about Roderick's absence, and Thrain was completely unaware of it, and Desmond requests that Thrain prepare sending for tomorrow so they can reach out and ensure his safety to ease Nell's mind. He tries to offer Thrain money to do so, and Thrain basically says, "I'd smack you if I knew you wouldn't get hurt. Of course I'll do it." Meanwhile, during this day, Nell has spent the beginning half of the day with Heightlade Fenrir Stonetrow, getting some insight on how to improve their leadership skills, and also helping out around the barracks. Midday comes and Thrain returns to working. Nell heads to the site just outside the walls to continue attempting to dig out the tunnels, and Desmond works on his weapon, noting past mistakes. Night falls, and the crew returns to the Obsidian Boot. Nell heads upstairs to wash while Thrain grabs a drink. During this time, five bounty hunters enter, point him out and approach, and basically say, listen, the High Blade told us we're not allowed to pursue the bounty in the city. But, why don't we, I bet you won't meet me outside the walls and have a fight. And Thrain's like, yeah. And what's to stop your friends from joining in? Nothing. And this individual ends up revealing that there are about 15 of them throughout the city, and that they'll be watching us very closely while we're there. Nell returns, and Thrain explains the whole ordeal with this individual group. Well, not individual, this group of individuals that appear to be some form of a group, as they are all matchy-matchy, and they seem to be capable fighters that are apparently here attempting to seek our bounty. This gives Nell a lot to think about, but what they do with the rest of their evening is take out their lyre and begin to play the song they had written, The Shadow of the Eclipse, which is the story of the fall of, well, the majority of the Eclipsean Order. Thrain pauses just before he's about to go upstairs as he's hearing the story, appreciates it, then heads upstairs to tell Desmond about these bounty hunters. While he's there, they end up talking about his replicate wand of Orcus that he's been attempting to attune to, and that he can't seem to nail it down. That he's hearing voices while he's attempting to do so, and he knows there is a lock, and he holds the key, is what he has heard correctly so far. Desmond decides to help him out and boost him while he's doing this, and it doesn't work out very well. And Thrain hears a loud booming, "The key!" while being thrown back with a blight of necrotic damage that Desmond narrowly misses, being smashed with Thrain as he's thrown back against the wall. This is happening right as Nell's going to knock on the door to talk to Desmond, so they just kind of like peek in, knowing that they were just told about bounty hunters downstairs. Luckily, it's just the boys. Asks if they're all right. Thrain grunts that he's okay. Desmond gives him a potion and is like, "You should not." Well, Nell ends up going in, Thrain returning to his room. Nell asks Desmond more about the Shadowfell, what his father's rules like, what his family's like. Stuff like that, because they want to get to know the people who will be joining the nation potentially more, so that they are able to understand any cultural conflicts that could be possibly happening. After a long discussion, Nell goes to leave and runs into Roderick, who has finally returned to us. And he's carrying his hat and wearing a crown. Nell just kind of goes, "Where have you been?" Half bow, "My liege." This crown is an item that apparently boosts his intelligence. He lets us know that he has been in Sea Bluff with the individual that he can summon with the coin, whose name shall still not be known to us. He then asks what's next for us, and when Nell brings up the Sphinx, he's like, "You're still planning to do that?" Very unhappy about that and is saying that he won't be joining, but Nellie's confident considering they have seen that Sphinx every month for their entire life, as it has a deal with Durian to oversee the trials and ensure words are hard. Oversee the trials and ensure that justice is served properly. He then says, "So what plan have you had?" And then immediate made for other things, then immediately cuts Nell off before they can say anything, goes, "You know what, never mind, I don't want to hear it. I'm just gonna go." Nell takes a moment to take a deep breath before returning to their room, as that was, a little infuriating. Desmond then Roderick then continues to Desmond's room, knocks and enters. Desmond's like, "You're not attempting to mock me with the crown, right?" Roderick's like, "No, no, no. This is a special item given to me by Coin Guy." Explains the whole Sea Bluff situation again, but in greater detail, talking about how what they had done was go retrieve a head from a long dead corpse, and then the Coin Guy put it in a bowl and added some other component, and then the muscles and skin and flesh form around this severed head, and it is that of a tiefling, in which our dear friend said, he says something like, "I have to ask for your assistance again, dear friend," before informing this head of some information that they have at hand. Yeah, I don't know. Roderick's talking about how he thinks that they can trust this individual, as all he truly wants is to go home, and he doesn't seem like he is the hugest fan of Vardrock, but all he wants is to bring Dracarius back to the plane, and that it seems to be more of an issue with the city than it is with the king. And after that conversation, Desmond's like, "Well, while you have this crown that increases your intelligence, should I be introducing myself as Prince Desmond does to people?" And Roderick shuts that down real quickly, like, things haven't exactly been going well for us lately, so no, because we don't want them to associate you with all of the bad things that have been happening around us. And then he says, Nell's still trying to do the Sphinx thing, right? Desmond explains that, yeah, that has been why we've been saying in Sand Scale. And so at least one of us can go over there to attempt to clear our names. Roger goes, "Well, when it comes down to it, I don't really care who ends up ruling. If it ends up being your family, great. If we're able to get Dracarius back and then Vardrock takes over, great. If things end up leading to Nell taking over quickly, great. Doesn't matter. Whatever works out best for for Amethil overall, because he just wants his family and the rest of his town to be all right." Desmond says, "Well, before you end up going to bed, while you still have that crown active, I've got all these skills that I feel like the rest of the group isn't using to their advantage. Is there anything that you would like to have me make?" And Roderick's like, "Well, what if I had a thing for my gun that made it quieter?" So, yeah, plans for creating a suppressor start, and Roderick goes on to bed. And I believe that's where we ended it. Was we're going to bed? I don't know. Didn't finish watching the stream, so I'm not positive.
Last part was just Roderick had 3 hours of alone time with his
Superior thoughts.
yeah, and drafted up a note that he tucked under Desmond's door. And essentially, fully solidified that when he woke up in the morning, that the effect of the crown was no longer there.
Got it.
Yep, and that's what we're going to pick up on, is that morning. But before we do, Heathcliff played a Table of Fate for every player. So if you all would please roll that into the dice tower. And as they become relevant, we will reveal what they were.
These take effect immediately, or just...
Most of them are kind of like effects that would be better suited for an encounter, whether that be a social encounter or a combat encounter. So that's why I don't want to reveal them right now, because I don't want anyone to be able to meta what their next action is going to be. But B, I think it's just going to be more fun this way. All right. So we have four triggers of fate kind of floating in the ether right now that we'll pull out as the story unfolds tonight. So keeping the focus on Roderick, you wake up and you notice that, like, that feeling that you had yesterday, that sort of just cognitive clarity is gone. You feel like yourself. But again, to emphasize, everything that happened yesterday, you remember it all. You like have that firsthand recollection of it, but your ability to convey everything that you saw and experienced into words will now be done with a 8 intelligence Roderick versus a 20 intelligence Roderick.
So, just a thought that I had, that would Roderick have remembered, because he remembers everything that happened, if he didn't give Desmond the note? Now knowing that he remembers everything, would he have remembered to do it this morning?
Well, he already said that he did it. He slipped it under his door before he went to bed.
I know, but would he have? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So, I mean, so he remembers that he slid the note under the door. He remembers what he wrote on there or he drew on there.
The intentions, yeah.
Yeah. So if he were to look at it today, would he understand what any of that shit meant? Probably not, but...
chance.
But yeah, so he remembers sliding it under there, and he to answer your question directly, yeah, had he not done it last night, he would have woke up and remembered, like, oh yeah, I was supposed to give this to Desmond, but like,
it was just a thought. I'm like, it made sense to do it because Roderick didn't know it was going to happen, but just my brain thinking like, would he have actually remembered that?
Yeah, I think he would have. So what's Roderick gonna do when he wakes up?
Tries on the crown, starts trying to think real hard, takes it off, puts it back on a few times, that sometimes works.
Turns Turn it off, turn it on. Yep, I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
He will then put it into his bag, put on his hat, and go see if anyone else is up.
Okay. And typically in the morning, Nell's usually like first up, and well, Desmond. I don't know if Desmond
Desmond-
even sleeps, but
Desmond never emerges from his room until usually when Thrain's getting up.
But Nell
I
is
feel-
already doing their morning training routine, where they're not out and about in public. They are in their room doing all of their shit. But you would know that Nell would be awake.
Remind me, did anyone tell Roderick of the bounty hunters that
Yes.
came to meet with
Mhm.
Thrain? Okay.
Nell immediately was like, by the by. And he went, oh, well, what's the plan with that? And Nell went, this happened literally less than an hour ago. We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Right. Uh,
your overactive brain was like, and we still haven't done anything.
right.
And like,
Uh,
and? Like,
he is going to go and knock on Thrain's door first then.
You'll get a grunt out of Thrain. Like what? I'm awake, but I'm not awake.
I was gonna say, if you just grunted, that was going to be a different reaction.
Well, it'd be is awake, like I'm awake, but I'm not awake. Grunt. Like
Ah. So what you're saying is he might be in there injured. Ah, damn it. Never mind.
You've heard this grunt plenty of times.
lingering effect of the crown.
It's like, open up. Let's talk about this. These hunters.
You'll hear the warhammer almost hit the floor, but it's more of he moved it to help him get out of bed because he is still sore after getting launched across the room. But you know he's up and around. Manuel walks and opens the door.
Oh, the hell happened to you? The bounty hunters, right? The rough job.
No, that thing. I'm gonna point over to the corner where the wand is.
Which is somehow like it's positioned in a way where it looks like it's just looking at both of you right now.
Your little souvenir gift.
Mm-hmm. If what it did to me is anything that I can do with it, it'll be fun to use.
You know, I, I'm not specialized in magic-y things, but see, with my guns, we point them away when we fire them because we want the things in the other direction to go away. We don't point them at ourselves. Never look at it, So you might be doing this too, but yeah, don't point it at yourself and then bad things.
So Cliff, I'm assuming when I'm attuning to it, you said there's a set of eyes on it, right?
Yeah. So like it's essentially a skull, and like the handle of the mace is like the spine coming out the back of it, like.
So I'm assuming to attune to, I'm staring into the eyes.
That's up to you.
Okay.
I mean
that
that
might be what the problem is.
Uh-huh. I'll keep that in mind. I thought I'd have to stare into the eyes for this.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks like you should try a different option.
I swear to God, if this works and I'm not staring into the eyes,
I mean, if I
results
were
might
me,
work
which
together.
I am, I would listen to the results guy. Just saying. So these bounty hunters, Nell mentioned how many?
When the guy offered to fight, he said about 15 of them.
how many of them did you actually see?
5, Cliff? 5.
Okay, did you reply by saying there's like 30 of us?
No, I said it would be a fool to fight 1 versus 5, and he said make that 15.
Mm-hmm. Great. And let me guess, they're from Durian?
I have no way of knowing.
Or however many people we've pissed off. I don't know.
They mentioned the bounty on our heads specifically, so I'm assuming they got the bounty from Dorian.
Hmm.
But, it's been how long now that can make it all across Amethil?
All right. Well, we are going to have to eventually, leave this place, right?
Yeah, when we take the transporter to Durian to meet the Sphinx.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Um, you're going to go too?
I mean, I don't want to be running around Amethil getting chased by bounty hunters day in and day out. It's one thing we don't need on top of our plate.
When compared to gods and undead and everything, it doesn't seem as scary as it probably would have maybe a couple months ago.
I'm not worried about the bounty hunters in general. I'm worried about the bounty hunters on top of everything else. Because you've seen everything that's been going down. Now, say in the middle of that fight, we have 15 bounty hunters come at us too. In the middle of the fight we just had outside the temple.
Hmm. Well, lucky for you, I still have some brain juices from the crown. And I say we deal with the bounty hunters. Then we don't have to worry about what you're talking about right now. We give it to them.
There's
They're no
always
longer
gonna be
on our
bounty
head.
hunters. It's a open bounty on our heads.
Okay.
Thureen doesn't know about the crown.
Mm-mm.
She doesn't.
That's the crown juices.
He's also half awake. So that makes sense. He's just like Roger saying other things.
hang on.
Some Roderick shit.
Nope. Didn't catch it.
That's how I am in the morning too. I get it.
Beautiful.
Okay. There will always be bounty hunters, yes, but these in particular know where we're at right now. So if we have very little chance of slipping them, which will be very hard to do in a desert, we simply get rid of the obstacle. And yes, there will be more, but they have to actually track us down and find us, which is another reason why I keep saying we shouldn't stay in one place very long.
Let's see. I like the idea of getting rid of these bounty hunters.
Good.
However,
No, see, why do you always have to come with however? You're on the right track, and then you just
the Highblade said that we weren't allowed to start anything either. As much as they can't start anything, we can't start anything either.
so we either A
Take it outside the walls.
or two, we provoke them to fight us.
Yes.
All right. So which one helps you to sleep at night better?
I really don't care. I sleep really easily.
We can't ignore it, otherwise we end up in shackles or dead or whatever. Did they say if it was dead or alive?
If I'm not
Normally at
mistaken.
least tell you
Sure
that.
is. Our wanted posters say values for both dead and alive.
And say, did it? There's no wanted poster. I thought you had a wanted poster in here, Cliff.
No,
I thought we.
he just described them.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I actually made an item for that or not. Let me see.
I'm thinking of a different campaign.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Well, no, there
Stop
was.
it, watch it.
You slut.
I'm a bounty in 2 worlds. You know, is what it is.
Okay. So the option of removing them, you don't care as long as it gets done. Is that what I'm hearing?
If it comes to that, yes, that's fine.
And it-
I don't want unnecessary death. It's the whole reason why I'm here. I've said it time and time again. I understand it's necessary at the moment because they are coming to capture or kill us. However, we have means to avoid it.
Okay. So if you have an opportunity to go and talk to the nice bounty hunters and tell them, go home, and they go back across the entire desert and back to where they
I
came
already
from.
tried that conversation, but
Okay, good. We already know it doesn't work.
if we get rid of this bounty by talking to the Sphinx,
That's if the Sphinx rules in, on our side, like in our favor. I think you and Nell are very, oh, you faithful types.
what do you mean by that?
Believe that this is
No. We're backing up a little bit. Aren't you the one trying to get in contact with Reyna?
yes.
Never mind. I forgot talking to you was like talking to a brick wall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yes, I'm trying to get in touch with her because there is a connection to Verdruck, who was in the city that disappeared. So she would be the one that probably knows the most and has the most stakes in getting it back. Followed that train of thought. So, yes. With that. But none of us, to my knowledge, worship some Sphinx that we just insist cannot be corrupted and is always fair and will believe our side of the story flawlessly. I think if Durian people truly believed that they could get away with this, then the Sphinx character, whatever the hell this thing is, probably wouldn't be something they would still invite into the city and all that to do this thing when they're doing corrupt things.
It's been going, I don't remember how long Nell said it's been going to the city. But it's been going there for a long time is all I know. And I feel like Durian was corrupted, I feel like it was even going there. Then there. Or there, then.
Magic. Okay. Occasionally, we would have caravans of performers come through town, and they had magicians, and they would cast these little things, um,
Illusions.
Yes, that word, and it would look very real and sound very real, be very convincing. Till you got closer, and then the creature was like, "Wait a minute, that's not really there." So, what's to say they can't just whip up their own sphinx? Will just say and do whatever that they decide that they want to say, and you're all like, "Guilty? Well, guess back to prison we go." No, 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 no. That's that blind faith that I'm talking about.
I didn't say I had blind faith for my deity. But I'm also not saying that can't happen. But it's one way to clear our name.
It is a way, sure.
The bounty's not going to go away.
I'm used to that.
How many do you have on your head right now?
That's not relevant right now.
I would like to know, though. We're being here. We're talking. How much? How many?
I have just one right now. That's all we need to worry about. One right now. So you and Nell go hand in hand off to the dungeons. That's fine. I will start making arrangements for Desmond's castle, because that's it's not gonna go well. I don't know how to drive that phone. But yeah, I've said enough. I'm gonna go figure out what the other two think. You're free to come along, but I feel like we've discussed how we're gonna deal with that bounty hunter situation instead of just waiting here for more evil stuff to plague these people trying to get to us. But again,
That's the thing. They're not trying to get to us.
but they're using us.
Always going to happen, no matter where we go. And they can use, and they will draw us places to keep using us. No matter what, they would have drew us here to do what we did.
Okay.
But
Good intentions and all. Just know, for every person here that dies, might be tied into these decisions. All right. Puts his hands in his pockets, starts walking down the hall whistling.
you can start. He's gonna close the door. Just, do his morning workout. Just think, usual morning.
Is Roderick moving on to someone else's room?
Yeah, we're gonna try Nell again.
Okay.
Knock.
I don't know if I'm ready, John.
What? Should I go to Desmond's first?
No, Megan is preparing themselves. Ooh, you're doing a lot of things that are Megan pet peeves. And right now I'm ready to hit you, but I know character player separation.
Cool.
So that's why I left the room for a little bit, because I was like, I'm gonna hit him.
Means I'm doing a good job.
You see Megan walk in behind, smack him in the back of the head, walk away, walk back to the computer.
I went out and I snuggled the cats, and I gave Raina kisses, and I told her child he's a coward for not snorting the hot sauce, and then I went back in the room.
As you do.
As one does. Okay. Nell opens the door now, like fully clothed, like they were preparing to leave the room shortly. Oh, good morning, Roderick.
Morning. So, these bounty hunters situation, just spoke with Thrain. He says he doesn't care how we wrap this up as long as it gets wrapped up for the most part, but still wants to like go talk to the Sphinx like you do and everything like that. I was just wondering, have you had any sort of change of heart? Or are we still going to wait out here until it's time for the inevitable trial?
For I understand your concerns and fears in regards to the Sphinx, I am of the mindset that I would like to try, and I am going to do my best to clear our heads. Words are hard, hold on. To clear our names and get the bounty off our heads. There we go. But I do understand there's a chance of failure in that, which is why, as you've expressed, it probably shouldn't be all of us who go. And I was going to see if perhaps I could communicate with Desmond to temporarily become attuned to his wand of pointing to get the fuck out of there if necessary. But certainly wanting to go and stand trial. But having an escape route is priority. In regards to the bounty hunters, I am on my way right now to the barracks to speak with the High Blade about that these individuals are here and see if I can get together some form of, if they have, I don't know, a bell or something that rings in town to gather people, or some sort of setting up a town meeting where I can speak to the people and we can work through some things while I explain who we are, what's going on with the whole Hag Countess, our plans moving forward, etc., etc., etc. This is a Megan pause, not an L pause.
Mm-hmm.
My brain is scrambled eggs. Knowing that these individuals are here and do intend to harm us, I'm assuming that the High Blade will give us some form of a guard. But that is neither here nor there of it. They do either need to be spoken to or taken care of, whichever works best. Which we all know how well people usually take being spoken to. Which is they don't. But that's half the reason for getting the entire city on our side and having a great big speech that makes them go, yeah, Eclipse in order. Defend them. We love them. Great. So perhaps we can get the general public on our side as a further measure of safety to discourage these individuals from making an attempt. And if and when they do, we don't go easy on them.
Yeah. Non-lethals. Yeah, got it.
I think we're far beyond that. You keep mentioning that, but we are far beyond when shit like that was going on. When I was telling you not to shoot to kill, it was because people that were innocent were being brainwashed and used to attack us. That was a completely different scenario.
Yeah, in my world, enemy is an enemy.
That's great, Noah. that those were innocent people who are being puppeted, and I see it completely different. And that's just what it comes down to, is we're going to have to agree to disagree on that subject.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm used to partying on agree to disagree. Yeah, that's kind of a theme with me. Okay, so you have a plan, gonna talk to big guy and town meeting. Cool. That's something. That's a plan. Love it. Cool.
It's the starts of a plan, and I do intend to think further on this, discuss with the others on how to move forward, see if anybody has other ideas other than attacking them outright. But in the end, what I see as the most important number one priority is still attempting to gather that rune that is underneath the city before the head countess returns here again, because this might be a setback for her. She may have lost some power, but I do assume that she's going to come back here.
Most likely, yes.
And so while she's still trying to gather her strength and her forces again, all we can do is move to try to secure it and get it out of here.
How many pieces of these things do we have to worry about?
If Megan is remembering correctly,
12?
13 was my thought. Clifford.
13.
13.
I did it! There are 13.
And we are trying to shovel this one up. What's stopping her from collecting the rest?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to be everywhere at once. But we are here. And part of what I'm planning to do is I'd like to, while we're having the group discussion, bring up that, have the sending stone be an open call with
Quillwise.
yes, thank you. With Quillwise and any other members that are there, so that we can talk about next moves. And in that big meeting that I'm planning to have, going to explain the Hag Countess and her search for runes and our plans to move forward, attempt to evacuate from places that we believe that they are located. And then, from there, because we can't be everywhere at once, send out letters via ravens and whatnot, multiple to each city, so that this can be communicated that they need to leave or prepare themselves for potential attack, as there is an artifact there that a dark entity with a continually growing cult of necromancers will more than likely attack. Is that enough of a plan for you, Roderick?
I just want to know stuff is moving in a direction.
Well, last night you did storm away before I could even begin to tell you the plan that I had already had.
Yeah, I had only so much time with the brain cramp, so I had to move things along, and yeah. So, but yeah, have that talk with the guy.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy.
I blame Fenris Dawnshroud.
Yep, that's what I said. And then pass on maybe for me that if any of these guys make a move against myself or one of ours,
We have the rights to defend ourselves.
correct. That's all I
Of
needed.
course. Nell continues past him.
Yep, hands in pockets, starts whistling and walking towards Desmond's room.
Like how Roderick's just making the rounds.
Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Yeah, opens up, closes the door, sits down in the same spot he sat the night before.
Everyone awake already?
Uh, no, yes. Thrain, mostly. Seems he pointed his wand in the wrong direction.
I see. So about another hour, and everyone's gonna be out and about.
Yeah, so Nella's gonna go speak to the guy Lord whatchamahoozits, and gonna tell him that we're gonna have a town meeting and they're gonna give a grand speech or something, and
Who and why?
Nell wants to explain to the people what's going on and thinks that that's gonna get everyone on our side, which I don't know how that's gonna go. I'm not used to a group of people being on my side. I'm used to being on the other side of that. But that's apparently the plan.
I look forward to seeing how that goes for them.
And I asked Thrain about the bounty hunters, and seems that he doesn't want to break any laws here, get anybody in trouble, but is cool if we can either convince them to strike first or we go on the offensive. As long as it's outside the city, I think was his something like that. I don't know.
Okay. I am going to talk to you as a member of the Eclipsean Order first. These are just people that picked up a flyer on the side of a bar somewhere and are looking to find money on actual wanted criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Us attacking them and killing innocent people goes against what we stand for as an order. Okay, I am going to talk to you, Roderick, as Desmond. We can pretend to go out into the sands. I can boost you up, and we can deal with these bounty hunters in a matter of seconds with a few shots of your gun.
I like the sound of that.
Now I'm gonna talk to you as Desmond. Man, fuck them people.
That's what I was waiting.
You
Also,
want a warrior, Roderick? I can boost them bats, and we can do the bat.
About to get better healthcare premiums.
Oh Lord.
Well,
We honestly do not have time for this.
we do not.
But if we choose to protect the lands and all of the innocents in it, we are to remain in the walls of Sandscale for the next 2 weeks as we patiently await our trial. As Nell patiently awaits their trial.
uh, just waiting around in one spot while we wait for the next attack from the hag bitch.
Everything that's been going on has happened in a very rapid amount of time, and we are going to be sitting here not doing anything for a very long amount of time. I have been thinking over the night, if we have one of the rooms, I can take that rune and just go home
True. But then wouldn't you be bringing the Hag Countess's wrath down on your people? Isn't thought that
If the hag is able to hold that kind of power between planes, then what are we gonna do to stop it?
I've been asking that question since the beginning. I really don't know. I just don't like the waiting around and
You you've said this a few times. Whoever looks like they're gonna be the one that comes out on top, it might be best to jump over to that person's side. I think that may apply to more aspects than just who the people look up to at Amethil.
uh, but it's like click in order. If you, in case you haven't noticed, I have not flown those colors for a while now because knowing what we know, this is the losing side.
I feel like the next conversation we have about our next move would benefit from your friend attending. I told you yesterday, and I'm assuming you remember our conversation. I can get behind hearing this person and their plans out more so than listening to any of the faction leaders, the guard captain here, hell, Quillwise, these entities that have been probing in your dreams. None of them have told me anything that I can stand behind with full and concrete evidence that they are going to be the right one.
I think that's the common ground that we keep meeting on.
But we have a bounty issue. I personally don't care either way how that gets settled. Our trial in Durian. Hell, if Nell thinks that's going to work, let them stand trial. I will be on the sidelines watching that unfold. And if that does not pan out, I will make a quick exit and I guess just start on my plan.
Yeah, there's no chance I'm going along with this whole Sphinx thing. They're free to go, but uh, I am done thinking like Eclipse in order, and but I'm not done looking out for what's left of our members. So if you made these guns, they're really nice. Oh, did you get the thing that slipped under the door? I guess, well, it's not there anymore, so
It's added to my collective.
okay. If there is a way to make these guns shoot further, or if there's another type of gun, figure we're gonna need. I'm gonna probably need to be at a nice high point somewhere while this Sphinx thing rolls out, in case things don't go well. There has been mention of having a magical escape plan in case the Sphinx is not fair and just as they're hoping. But I would imagine they have put magic users on trial before, and I'm sure it wasn't as easy as bippity boppity bang, I'm gone. There's got to be some way to keep them from doing that, and I don't have faith that that exit strategy is going to work either.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to personally be anywhere near that stage.
Well, so me, my headspace not being Eclipse in order anymore, let's keep that between us, because I don't know how they would take it. Their gods and faith and whatever.
I feel it's a good. It sounds good. Saying you want to save your people sounds good. In reality, we are four people. We need to figure out what's going on with us and save us.
I agree. If we can't save us, we can't think about others.
And we drag their bodies cold to the touch across that desert back into these rooms. That wasn't faith. That wasn't the God's master plan. That was two people who know when they're beat backing out and saving their friends' asses.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot to think about. Um, yeah, get all my thinking done, but I still have some residual brain juices flowing. And so I'm gonna have a drink. Feel free to join if you like. I do my best thinking at the bar.
I will be here if you need me.
Gets up and leaves the room, heads to the bar.
All right. Ne- Nell, you were you were headed out prior to that conversation starting. What's your plan?
Nell is heading directly to the barracks to speak with the High Blade.
Okay. Yeah, so you would have made it there by now. As you get to the barracks, you notice that there's a little bit more hustle and bustle than what you typically see. And people seem to be moving around with a sort of a frantic purpose, if you will. And for the first time since everything has happened, this is the first time that you've walked into the barracks and the High Blade's doors have been closed.
Nell attempts to catch one of the members of the Dragon Guard to ask what the hell's going on.
Yeah. As you grab one of them, they kind of stop for a moment. They're like, give me a persuasion roll. He's like,
Golden.
Sure.
We ain't following rules tonight.
Right.
Better.
He stops and he's like, it's not something that you really need to be concerned about. It's more of a city issue, but we had someone attempt to attack the water treatment plant. It's something that it's not the first time we've had to deal with this, but given the current situation, we just don't need this right now. And he kind of like hangs his head for a second, and he's like, "Excuse me," and he just like walks away, and he like continues moving where he was going.
And Nell will continue to the High Blade's door and knock.
Yeah, you just hear him call out like, "We're in the middle of something. What is it?"
It's Nell. I'm looking to assist where I can.
He's like, "Yeah, come in." And as you walk in, you see him sitting at the desk, and he has three of his commanders sort of sitting at the chair around, and they're discussing. And he's like, "This one's not really... You don't need to be involved in this one. You have bigger issues that you're tending to. This is more of a city guard concern."
I understand, but currently, my attention lays in digging holes outside your city. But unfortunately, there has been a group that has entered the city last night that is 5 that we know of, supposed 15 bounty hunters here for us. But...
Yeah, I'm aware of those as well. I found out late yesterday that they arrived. They're an emissary group from the adventurers.
Understood.
They have a sort of diplomatic immunity here. I told them the same thing I told you. No fighting will be tolerated within the walls.
If we are attacked, we have the right to defend ourselves.
Of course. But knowing the way those thick-skulled... They won't stop egging you on. But they're trying
They've
to...
already attempted to lure Thrain outside of the walls by essentially saying that they took bets on whether or not he was man enough to leave the walls and face him head on.
That's the adventurer's MO. Whoever's the toughest is the one that should rule. So everything they do is based off of trying to measure one's combat prowess against another.
I am familiar with their ways. Now, in regards to your water treatment plant, do we have any leads as to what could have happened?
No, but this isn't the first time something like this has happened. There's a small group of people here who think that the Dragon Guard stepping forward to offer some form of formality in Sandscale is tyrannical. They don't think that they need any sort of formal leadership.
They would like a city of anarchists.
Now, they don't look at it as anarchy, but that's how it looks to me. And because the Dragon Guard institutionalize the water treatment, and we are the ones that protect, that's typically where they focus their efforts.
It's a shame they're willing to take down their neighbors and allow others to die of thirst because they are so pig-headed that they think that that is the way to get your attention.
Yeah, they want to assume control of it back to the people and not have it be run by us. But from what I've seen, no one else in the city has the mechanical ability to keep the water treatment plant up and running. So what are we to do? Let it fall into disarray?
Is Tiffany and the other engineers members of the Dragon Guard?
They're subcontractors. But we are the ones that pay them.
I'm trying to understand how these people are thinking, because
You can't.
if they want to rule themselves, and they want this water treatment plant to continue to be active, that means these engineers need to continue to be paid, which means they'd have to collect money from the individuals throughout the city to fund these engineers, which is
they
just
would be
taxes,
fine with.
which is just government.
You cannot rationale with the mindset. Again, this is not something you need to worry of. We will handle this aspect of it.
I understand, but I am in this city for the next, 11, 12 days while I await to use the transporter. And there's nothing much more I can do.
With all due respect, you are still in this city as a guest. This is an official duty. You do not need to worry about it.
I'm merely attempting to offer any services.
I understand and I appreciate
I'm not trying
that.
to overstep.
We will handle this aspect of it. There are bigger things that you need to focus on. You do not need to be worrying about the squabble of the city. I appreciate the offer, but if you wouldn't mind, I need to continue strategizing here. I will find you later, and we can discuss this further.
Yes. There are other things I wish to discuss, so when you have a moment when this is settled, if you would please. And Nell turns and they leave.
All right. Thrain, were you doing anything?
Not really.
Desmond,
Take a
you
day
doing
off.
anything?
Who?
Desmond?
Does research.
Okay. Roderick, what did you do after you sauntered off to the bar?
Hopefully, his third round.
All right. So as you're going down, having some breakfast ale, you're probably one of maybe 3 or 4 people that are in there right now. There's a few people that are actually having a meal, like a breakfast meal there, and instead of going to the restaurant side, they prefer the tavern food. But go ahead and give me a con save. See how well you're handling your ale this morning.
See if you can jumpstart those brain juices.
Because we all know liquor makes us think better.
Exactly.
I mean, it's doing all right.
I mean, it's Broderick, so can it get too much worse?
Hey.
Yes, can always get worse.
I said too much. I know it can get, but
Yeah, so you're down there, kind of in your thoughts, as you said on your third round.
I will say that he is like subtly trying to be alert to his surroundings
Sure.
to see if anybody's making a move.
Sure. Yeah, you don't need to even roll for it. As about 20 or so minutes of you being down there, you would see a group of 3 people kind of walk in, and like they just kind of walk into the main lobby area, and you would, I assume, if your purpose is to be alert there, you're probably positioned yourself in a way where you can like see the entrance to the tavern.
Yep.
So you would see them walk in and like stop and sort of look over and kind of like tap the other one on it, and then all 3 of them would come and they would walk into your direction.
He just kind of tips his hat. Morning.
Would you be sit at more like the bar, or would you be at like a table on your own?
Just kind of like I would say at the bar.
At the bar, okay. So as you're sitting at the bar, one person would go to the chair to the left of you, and then 2 of them would go to the chairs to the right of you, and they'd sit down. And they'd all put some coin on the bar, and kind of like nod to the barkeep for a drink. And the one that's sitting directly to your right, he'd say, "One more of whatever my friend's having here too." And you put a second coin on the counter.
Oh, much appreciated. Do you have a name, friend?
I do, but my name is not really the important one. The important name here is Roderick Wolvencroft. He kind of like waves his hand out like all majestically.
Yeah, I've always envisioned it like that too.
It's
But
so
it's a
funny
little
that we
early
see
for
you
autographs.
here. Oh, that's a shame, because that's exactly what we were hoping you would do. You know, we were here chatting, and we were like, wouldn't it be something if Roderick came back out to our little campsite and introduced himself to all the boys?
Oh, it's a whole fan club there going, huh?
I would say we're some of your biggest fans.
Oh. Sounds like Thrain's got some competition.
Yeah, we had a chat with Thrain before, and he declined our offer.
Yeah, so you spoke with Thrain. I see.
Not me personally, but I'm sure you're aware that there's a lot of people that are interested in you.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you say we don't turn this into an incident? You come with us. We get paid fat stack of gold,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then you can get all of this extra burden of all this extra attention that you don't want off your shoulders.
Oh, wow. That is a really good offer. Except, I kind of like the attention. How do you get a name like, Roderick Wovencraft, like you so elegantly put, unless people continue to want you of sorts.
Yeah, when we were passing through Furrin, a lot of people, they said your name a lot differently though.
Did they?
Yeah, it was less up here and more, and he like points to his ass down here.
It's good my reputation still holds there. But they have heard of me.
They have. They would be willing to sell you off for much less than what Durian's offering for you.
And I wouldn't blame them. So
Well,
how much is Durian offering, by the way?
he pulls out one of the wanted posters and he just slaps it down in front of you. So as you can see, it's a nice amount. So if you like the attention, I got a counter offer for you. Imagine the type of reputation you could earn if you bested some of the adventurers of Amethil in combat.
Oh, I see, I see. Is your bunch the best that Amethil has to offer? I must say, it's looking quite disappointing.
Well, let's come find out.
Oh, outside the bar here?
Yeah, we can just go just outside the city walls. We got a little camp set up just north of the city.
Yeah, we did a lot of walking, so I'm not gonna walk that far, but I will go outside this nice bar here, and we can sell this right outside.
Well, see, your friend the High Blade has made it very clear that we're not allowed to do any of this inside the walls. If it was up
Oh,
to me, we could do it right here in the bar. There's plenty of room. But I'm
true.
trying to be respectful.
Oh, so you have a dilemma then. You don't want to piss off the High Blade, and we just keep refusing to leave these walls.
Yeah,
So
I've
what you gonna do
heard
is just
about
stay.
how tough and noble the Eclipsean Order was, but so far all I'm seeing is a bunch of pussies.
I know, right? Uh, it's a shit that I am not one of them. Otherwise, I might actually be offended by that comment.
No. And so you might want to reach out to whoever made this poster, because member of the Eclipsean Order. It's
I
actually
know.
it's actually bigger than your name if I measure this right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They didn't even get my good side on there. So. So how about you go back, let them know, draw up a better poster, get my good side, this side if you're looking, no, good lighting for the artists to draw. And then you all fuck yourselves. Yeah, should probably get right on that.
He smiles, he takes the poster, gives you a nod. He's like, enjoy the drink. And then he sort of looks over to the one at the left of you, and he was like, apparently none of these cowards are going to fight us. And they get up and they start walking up.
Have fun camping. It gets cold at night.
Yeah. If we were delicate like you, we'd worry about that too. Enjoy yourself while you can, Roderick.
Oh, I am. I just got a free ale from you. He starts drinking.
As he's kind of walking towards the door, he's yelling out, "Just think of all the ale we're going to be able to buy with that bounty."
Yeah. So far, you've gotten none. So, yeah.
He just kind of winks at you. So far. And he walks out.
Once they leave, he's going to give them, a nice little lead a bit.
Mhm.
And then he is going to subtly get up in whatever window that he can look out of without being spotted, like somewhere in like the shadow of where the light is coming in. Try and look to see like around like how many are following them once they leave.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Come on, perception. No, see that I needed something bigger than that. How many 20s we got?
10 still.
Yeah, let me get one of those. Yeah, good enough.
You happy with the 12? As you see the group walking out, you could see there's a few more of them that are sort of waiting in the street. Not trying to be subtle about it or anything, but from the angle that you're viewing this from, you can't really get a good count of the numbers of it. But you know that there were more of them waiting outside.
Okay. When they start walking, if they're not looking like checking back too much,
Mm-hmm.
he wants to follow him a bit.
Sure. Are you trying to be stealthy about it?
Sure am.
Okay. So as you head out, you see them kind of chatting, and then they start heading to the left, like they're moving further into the city. You as soon as you see them get out of view from what you can see from the window, you make your way to the door and head out. And you can see right now that there's a group of 7 of them. And they're moving deeper into the city, like they're like down the main road that would head, like if you're looking at the map, like down and right, like towards where the barracks are at. They're like headed in that general direction. I need to use the right keyboard. And none of them seem to draw any attention that they noticed you or anything like that. As you're following them through, you're seeing them do like a lot of like window shopping, if you will. Like they're stopping and looking at some of the stalls, and they're stopping at some of the shops and sort of just looking through the windows at what they have. But they seem to be doing a lot of meandering. And you see them meet up with a 8th person, and they have a little discussion. Are you trying to get close enough to be able to like eavesdrop, or?
Nope, just watching from a distance to see what they're doing and where they're going.
Okay. So they meet up with an 8th person and they start having a discussion. And the one that they met up with gives a nod, and they all start continuing down the road towards the direction of the guard barrack. And if you're continuing to follow down that way, you would see Nell coming out of the guard barracks after a little while. And the group of 8 men are sort of standing there. And Nell, as you walk outside, you see this group of people sort of standing there, and they got their arms crossed. And they, as soon as they see you, you just hear someone say, "If it isn't the leader of the Eclipsean Order themselves."
Nell nods and just continues on past them.
Ah, they follow.
I'm sure they're going to walk with there.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So, big fan of your work. I think that if anybody here is actually has the strength to live up to the name of the Eclipsean Order, it would be you. Because your companions all seem to be a little afraid.
Do not mistake intelligence for fear.
I don't. And I stand by what I said. So, let's just cut to the chase.
I'm not
You're
going
wanted.
to fight you.
Good. I would prefer you didn't. I would prefer you just came along. We escort you back to Durian. We collect our money. You stand trial for whatever it is that you did. And we all walk away better people.
Well, that's very sweet of you. But that's not how it's going to happen. And don't get me wrong, I would put you in the sand.
They all start chuckling.
But I know better than that.
I hear a lot of these hypothetical talks from your people. I would do this, I could do this, but so far, no one's willing to back that up with any action.
And Nell just nods, like, you're not going to receive any action from any of us.
He turns and talks to one of the other people in the group with him. He's like, I think we need to make sure that the people know how yellow the Eclipsean Order is. I feel like your guys' colors underplay the amount of yellow. Shows a lot more blue. You guys might want to consider changing that around. Maybe making yellow the primary color.
Do you have any idea what happened here just a few short days ago?
Probably the same things that's been happening all across the continent.
Absolutely, these people have watched us risk our lives, life and limb. They know what we can do and what we will do.
The people of Sandscale, but the people of Amethil at large, what will they think? We have influence throughout this nation.
That's cute. Nell's just still walking, like not stopping a moment for these individuals.
Well, see how cute it is when the cowardice of your organization's reputation precedes you. And he kind of hits one of them on the chest. He's like, come on, boys. This one's just as big of a coward as the rest of them. And they divert. They break off from following.
When they say that, Nell just gives them a wink and just keeps going like nothing happened.
That's
Roger's going to keep following them.
Okay. So if Roderick's going to keep following them, you're just going to see them sort of meandering through the city more. What they do is they're basically just going to the different shops. They're looking at things. Some of them are buying. And you almost get a sense of them doing a tourist thing of the city. They really are kind of trying to see what all it has to offer. They talk to some of the local people, get some merchandise. Are you willing to follow for a while?
Yeah, I want to see where they finally end up.
Sure. Yeah. So after a couple hours of sort of just covering the city, they would start heading back towards the North Gate. Before we get to this piece, within that time frame, we'll say 2-3 hour gap. What is Desmond, Nell, Thrain doing? And actually, don't answer yet.
Got it.
Okay, now answer.
Gotta get that Taco Bell.
We have to do this in the morning.
Nell is currently on their way back to the Obsidian Boot to speak with Desmond about potentially having a... Yeah, we'll talk about that when we're there, actually. That makes more sense.
As soon as Desmond finishes his research, he would just walk out and wander, which I'm assuming would be the time that Nell would come.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, are you actually formally doing it, but then you rolled afterwards, so you sort of answered my question.
And I'm going to use that one ability to give myself a +3 on that. So again, he pauses, gets stuck in his research, his eyes flicker white for a second, and continues on, and eventually comes to an end and walks out.
Sin, you don't want to use one of those golden D20 to re-roll that roll, so then you could potentially save that ability for something else?
No.
Okay.
After, doing his morning thing, Thrain, I'm going to try to attune again. Maybe it's because I'm doing it when I'm tired.
Fingers crossed.
Sure.
Was it religion first?
Mm-hmm.
Golden D20. I'll try one.
I won't stop you from doing it again, bro.
We have a few. Yeah, I'm done.
I was gonna say, just keep going. Use them all. Fucking get this shit.
Do I, Roger?
This is some bullshit.
John, you good?
Bet you won't roll again.
Okay, here we go again. So this is
Different dice.
the third one.
There you go.
God damn.
You got double digits.
Here we go. 14, 20. Okay. I'm done. As close as what I'm getting.
To be fair, that last one was a persuasion, not a religion, so it would have been the same roll.
Same thing.
I was trying to silver lining it, but it didn't work. You know what?
Why are you cursed? What did you do to the god of dice? What
Every
did Thrain do?
campaign has one.
So I don't want to attune to that necklace. I'd rather do something else.
Yeah, so you focus on this thing for longer than you ever have.
I'm not looking into its eyes this time.
You're taking Roderick's accidental wisdom into account, and you spin the head around and you're like looking at the back of it, and like nothing's happening. So like you're like flipping it around and like studying it from different angles and trying to see if there's something that could happen. And for some reason, you have the least success you've ever had compared to when you looked it in the eyes. And after 50 minutes, we'll call it an hour of just staring at this thing and trying to figure it, you feel no connection to it whatsoever. And decide to save faith, and maybe the morning time isn't the best time for you to do this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Roderick, you're failing the results guy. Results guy's failing.
The results guy didn't do it.
Cliff, do we all still start with a fate point?
Yes.
And then that would mean that I technically have 2 because
One's inspiration.
You have a fate and an inspiration.
got it.
So what's Desmond doing after you're done with everything?
Just gonna go eat in the lobby. See what all the hype is about eating in a public place.
Sounds dumb.
You've done that a few times.
Yeah, I immediately left as soon as I was done. This is stupid.
I don't think Desmond's ate in public here though,
No.
because he got like room service the first night and was like, "Oh shit, I'm just gonna keep doing this."
Yeah, they stupidly actually was like, yeah, we can do that, I guess. We just took advantage of that shit.
You're paying top dollar for the top dollar room, so they're like, "I guess."
They know what's up. But there ain't shit else to do while we wait, so might as well people watch.
All right. And Thrain, after you're done, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get food, and then try to figure out what I'm gonna do today.
Would Thrain be getting food at the bar or at the restaurant side?
Even bar, odd restaurant.
Okay.
Restaurant.
How long would Desmond be in the restaurant eating? Approximately.
He'd take his time. Like I said, he ain't got shit else to do.
All right, then. Thrain, as you head out of your room after an hour of fucking with that thing, you would be standing in the lobby and you're sort of looking back and forth. You look over at the tavern, look over at the restaurant, look over at the tavern, look over at the restaurant. Notice Desmond sitting at the restaurant eating.
Alone. Just in the corner somewhere.
Well, walk on over. Can I join you?
If you want to put yourself through this.
This is
It's
calmer
supposed to
than
be
I'm used.
fun.
This is calmer than usual, but I just sit over there and nod towards the bar.
I chose this side because it's calm.
Yeah. After the past hour, I need to calm down.
Was there another fight or scuffle or disturbance?
Just a fight with me, myself, and that fucking wand.
You'll
But the fucking isn't dwarvish.
he like leans over, weird punch on your shoulder. You'll get it eventually.
Get the least progress of all today. Shouldn't have listened to Roderick. I tried his idea. At least I can say that.
Well, a good way to learn how to do something is also learning how to not do something.
funnily enough, I've been doing it the right way the whole time. Apparently I got to stare into the eyes of it for it to do anything.
You made good progress last night. You just got to find your middle ground with what you've been doing and what I assisted with.
Yeah, I'll get there. Like you said, it's just gonna take time.
We have that right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. What do you think about these bounty hunters?
I am putting so very little thought in it that I almost forgot that they were in the city until you brought them up right now. They can't do anything to us in the city, and if they choose to antagonize any of the other members, it's as simple as ignoring them to solve that issue. The only way that they'll become an issue is if we let them.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
If they actually prove to be criminals by some means or another, it would be as easy as leading them into some kind of ambush outside the gates to rid the world of people that shouldn't be in it.
That type of death I'm okay with. But just to Roderick wanted to antagonize them to get them to swing first, but I feel like if we get our names cleared before then, there's no sense in fighting. Then it'd be a waste of life.
It would. Although, if they swing first, then they are technically criminals.
Yes. But antagonizing them into it doesn't feel right.
No, we can antagonize them just to piss them off. That might get a few laughs out of us for the next few days.
That'd be fun.
I don't know. Bounty hunters don't seem like a problem we should put a lot of effort in trying to solve at the moment. My mind is better used elsewhere. And from the sounds of it, you have more to concentrate on, too.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just wanted to get your opinion on it.
I enjoy our talks. It's a lot calmer than with the other two.
On a lot of things, not everything. There are some things, but a lot of things we see eye to eye on.
Things, yes. I agree about things. Yeah, since we have so much time, maybe one of these days when you're not busy looking into the eyes of a skull or casting a year-long ritual, we can discuss more on things. I would like to fully understand the depths of your religion and your beliefs on that.
Of course, I'm not planning on anything today. And I'm not mistaken. I think yesterday was my last day at the temple. I was required to be there. Speaking of which, how are the vestments coming along?
Those are done and hanging in my room. I hand washed them so they were drying out a bit. I didn't want to use my prestidigitation to clean them or even blow dry them. So by the end of the day, they should be completely dry and ready to go.
Thank you.
They seem old, older than they should be.
It's something. And let me think. Passed down from I think 3 great grandfathers ago from my mom's side. They're not made often. They're meant to only be worn for special occasions.
I don't want to impose or step any boundaries, but I don't think fighting scorpions in the desert was one of those occasions.
Definitely was not. I really hated that. Felt nice not being in armor, but fighting in those just felt wrong.
I believe with some research, I've heard of a way I can speed up the process of you donning and doffing armor.
I I haven't told anyone this, but I don't plan on using armor for much longer.
I would. Instincts tell me to tell you to reconsider, but I'll hear you out. Armor protects you from bleeding and getting stabbed. At least it does for me.
Yeah, but my father's never wore armor, and you've noticed the changes I've been going through. It's once I fully finish this advancement in this way of my life, armor's not going to do anything more to me. It's just going to weigh me down.
You know yourself more than any of us could. So I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, it'd be weird that first day, first time without it. When I actually mean to fight without it, it would just sheer adrenaline running into that fight. It was a lot happened that day, and yeah, but I I don't know. I don't want to risk losing everything because I say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing.
Is that I have an understanding of how clerics and religious folk get their power, but is it that, I don't want to say fragile, but that seems the appropriate word.
That's the word I'm looking for. There's a word I'm looking for so I can say something. I just don't remember the actual word. There are certain
You got this, buddy. I believe in you.
commandments I took when I accepted Morden's powers.
Like
One
I
of
said,
those.
I completely understand your, whether it be oaths or faiths and the rules you have to follow, but for my people, at least, for our clerics, it's never been a means of controlling or forcing someone to act a certain way. It's a way that we've wanted to act. So it all comes naturally.
It comes naturally. I have no issues with following them, but whether it was something that could actually happen or if it was just a hag messing with me, those visions I had, they scared me.
If you have no problem with your oaths, your commandments, your way of living, and you've been following them your entire life, if you know you haven't faltered, then it is truly a thing of faith. You know that you are true, and since you've been holding true, your faith should hold true to you.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell myself that. Keep trying to say that I'm overthinking it, but I can't fail the eclipsing order. Can't fail my family. Do what I came out all this way. What? I can't do that just to fail. So I have to have something else. That's why I'm doing this. But
Hold true to yourself. The Eclipsean Order, I know you said, we've all said that we are family, but we also are an organization, and we can all still be together without the title. If us holding that title isn't going to make or break our group, and if the world ends up letting down the Eclipsean Order, we aren't going to be split because of that.
Regardless of what happens with the Eclipsing Order, you guys will always be family. You guys will do anything to protect you guys as much as I can.
And if you're having worries about your religion at the moment, let us worry about what's going on in the Eclipsing Order and let us shoulder that burden for you. That shouldn't be on your mind when you're having doubts like these.
Thank you.
As you two are having this conversation, Desmond, you would notice, like, in the lobby, you would notice in the lobby Nell walking from the outside in, and as they're walking through sort of the foyer area, they would sort of catch a glance with you. Real quick before we jump into that, Thrain, with you sort of really weighing heavy on your religion right now, in that sort of being heavy in thought. Go ahead and give me a skill challenge on this, and since how you couldn't beat the DC 15 religion for the wand, let's make it a DC 15 religion check on how your sort of inner turmoil is with your religion right now.
Isn't being a part of an interactive Dungeons and Dragons group fun?
Hey, and
I would like to point out, it took me about 15 different dice to roll above
11.
a 13.
Did it need 15 different dice or did it just need Desmond?
No, this was in the time between those failed rolls and starting this conversation. I was rolling dice until I got something above a 15. It took 15 different styles.
So it is Desmond. As you like take a moment, sort of in the break of the conversation, and you take a moment to ponder on it, you still feel the connection with your religion. You still feel like, as long as you don't falter, that your faith won't either. And fate smiles down on you a little bit. You earned yourself a fate point for succeeding the skill challenge. Nell, as you walk into the boot, just sort of surveying the area, looking for more of those jackasses, you happen to notice in the restaurant Desmond and Thrain sitting together at a table.
Nell smiles and heads on in and sits with them. Morning, boys. How we doing?
Talking about, like, looks over at Thrain things.
Wonderful. I ran into those delightful individuals. There were about 8 of them. And same tactic as they tried on Thrain. Just trying to get our eyes out of us.
Is what it is.
Is what it is. When I spoke with the Highblade, he mentioned that he's not only aware that they are there, but he's not only aware that they are there, but he knows that they are members of the Avengers of Amethil, so, the whole strongest are the one who need nonsense.
How does Thrain feel hearing this?
Looking back, I don't know if it's something. Would I have recognized any of them?
Probably not.
Okay.
But like in retrospect of thinking of their tactics and whatnot, it makes total sense to you.
So they
Yet,
follow Vardrok's style of leading.
yet another reason why I left. Looking at Desmond.
Yes. Nell is going to flag down the server and order a tea while they're sitting there with the boys.
Sure.
The Highblade insists it's none of our business, but there has been an attack on the water facility.
And he sounds accurate in that statement.
He is. I just let him know that since we're not doing anything, we are, or rather I am, an available resource should he choose to call upon me. Didn't get to have the conversation I wanted to have this morning as they are handling that situation, which of course, rather important.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of time.
Oh, absolutely. Day long days of sitting here in the safety, waiting, wishing that we could do more. And not here.
But what are your guys' plans for the day?
I have already finished my plans.
Any plans that I had initially had kind of had a rod thrown in them, so not a big deal. But with the Highblade being busy, I can't exactly have conversations I wanted to have with him. I suppose we could all do, if we wanted to be productive, any form of discussions on planning where and how to move forward with all of this nonsense. But may as well take the day. Not giving myself a moment to relax since long before this all started.
What really is, I mean, going forward, what we go to another town? Are we going after shards? Are we not going after the shards? Are we?
Of course, that's a discussion for when all of us are together, but
I feel like either way, a discussion now is going to be vastly different than a discussion in, let's say, 12 days' time when the hag has had 12 days of uninterrupted progress while we sit here.
I was thinking of having either Quillwise or us send out messages on via bird to as many of the locations that this could potentially be happening as possible to explain the direness of the situation and that evacuation is a great idea.
How hard would it be to evacuate Amethil entirely?
An entire continent?
Yes.
Where I'm not sure. I can only assume it would be greatly difficult, as we don't even know every single location of small pop-up towns and villages, as they're not always marked on a map.
nigh impossible.
Yeah, to raise alert to every single citizen would be nigh impossible, yes. But I feel like that would take months' time and communications with other nations as to who would be taking said refugees. Not every nation would be willing to take refugees, and even if the nation's leaders were, it's not a guarantee that the people there would treat them without aggression.
Aggression for no reason when you're just trying to save your people is pretty insane, don't you think?
Doesn't stop folks.
Oh, to keep that in the back of your minds as a fallback. Once the hag comes at Amethil full force,
If she's to gather all the parts of the crown, there won't be stopping at Amethil. There's Oliverigus, and well, she's already not on this plane while she has her fingers in it. Who's to say what planes won't get involved?
maybe it would be wise for me to go and warn my plane then.
Do you have a way to get home and get back?
I have a guaranteed way that costs a lot of money and time.
I feel like there's another option there you're not saying.
I mean, there's if he, wrote a extremely well detailed letter about everything happening. Someone banished him. He'd be there for what, a minute, where he did his best to explain while handing over the note to a trusted individual and then returned.
If I were to take that route, and if things are that desperate that I need to warn my family, there won't be a return.
I understand. That's makes complete sense.
Thrain, and then near Atima, there's a part of the continent that's been torn into the Shadowfell.
How does
You
that work?
can not quite sure, but you can walk from northern Iratima to south and end up in the Shadowfell.
Would I be accepted there?
Of course.
Don't you guys all put your faith in one deity though? Would that be something that your people would be willing to overlook?
You you won't find anywhere to openly worship your deity. The churches and temples and everything we have are strictly for the Raven Queen, but we will not force you or actively break into your house and stop you from worshiping yours. And if we end up moving the kingdom here, then we really have no say in who you worship.
From my understanding, the role of the Raven Queen is to listen to the stories of all who enter their afterlife. So I don't see why people would look down upon you for having lived a life of the material plane and having worshipped other gods. It's not like it's a monotheistic sort of thing.
You see how crazy people can get.
You're
I've heard great things about the Shadowfell from Desmond, but only thing I have to go off of is his word and my experience with people here on the material plane. And my experience with people is not very good.
I'm sorry.
The churches and the temples of the Raven Queen are strictly for the Raven Queen, and you will be thrown out if trying to worship another deity within those walls. But that is the extent of our people's laws, I guess, when it comes to who you worship and where.
That makes sense, though.
As long as you're not on some podium in the middle of town preaching your beliefs to everyone else.
But so I can't soapbox it.
You can try. If you get some followers, let me know.
Why you want to join?
Just have a little word to speak with them.
Uh,
Forgive me for asking, but if there is a tear into the Shadowfell and Aniratema, why is it that you have your attention turned towards Amethil if you were attempting to create land off the shore?
Do you want my honest answer?
Of course.
Amethil is weak at the moment.
Makes
You are
sense.
divided. You're easy.
No, it's. I can see that being certainly being a logical approach in that manner.
I stayed in Aniratema for 5 months before I came to Amethil.
Working with the
how
Black Lotus, yes.
The
how was it there?
hot.
Oh yeah, that's very different from how the Shadowfell's typically described.
Shadowfell's not hot. It's cold more than anything.
Yeah.
But the ultimate call to move everything and set our sights on Amethil was given to me from someone in Aniratema. I am the one that made that call.
No, it's just sipping their tea, unfazed at this point by it.
And we could walk out of that tear into Aniratema and won't have to worry about some big ritual, but the Shadowfell in that tear that is a part of Aniratema is some of the harshest parts of the Shadowfell.
So, ouch. Not easy to access or transport a large amount of people who are of varying strengths. Understandable. trying to find a nice point of least resistance.
I am honestly pretty surprised that some of the much larger continents of this world have still left Amethil alone. Altalingwe, you can fit 50 Amethils within its borders.
The way I see it, they have all the resources they need there. Like, sure, they could come and try to take us, but I don't really think we have anything extraordinary worth attempting to take us over, traveling that distance.
You probably have a lot of resources. For some reason, Amethil is a hotspot of magic and energy, and the former rulers have done nothing to harness that. From where I've been in Aragus, Amethil is greatly underdeveloped.
No, finishes sipping their tea. On the contrary, the previous ruler before Vardrak was a lich who was mining us dry while keeping us in slavery to get those magical resources. So it may have been for selfish reasons and not much else, but she was doing it.
A lich mining a single spot for diamonds is barely scratching the surface of what I'm talking about when it comes to potential and the resources of this continent.
All right, I'm listening. What are you talking about?
For one, the technology in Amethil is, I'd say, a decade or more behind in some continents, and that comes with a lot more metals and the resources that are required to fuel these machines just lay untapped in Amethil.
A lot of individuals lack the education to gain the abilities to put those resources to use. And unfortunately, with the extended period of time we've had without rule, it's not like anybody's been enforcing any form of required education. But yes, people can learn, and there's definitely much to do. Much to do.
But Amethil is also a good ways out of the way of any of the other continents. It's honestly a hassle to reach it.
And that is the biggest reason why I believe we have been left alone. What we have is more than likely not worth the resources they'd have to put in to get here, take over, get what they wanted, and leave. Start up some sort of a constant trade route for those resources that they so desire.
What I would do is, if I had the time, which I do not, let this civil war continue to escalate until actual war breaks out. And once the populace is low, swoop in, take what you need, and leave the rest of Amethil to wither and die.
we're really just gonna shoot the shit RP wise if you just leave us here, Cliff. That's what's gonna keep happening. Is we're all just gonna keep sitting here around a table drinking and shit if you don't have any cuts away to Roderick.
Oh no, character development, lore, world building. Sounds
really
terrible.
Right?
Are you really gonna
I
sit
don't
us
know, it's just
here and let
John's
us
felt-
play D&D, Cliff? You're really gonna do that?
It's more of, gee, John spent all of last session doing silence and roll dice by himself. Maybe let him do something that's not silence and roll dice by himself.
Right?
He still got to do stuff though. Unlike the half session you spent sleeping.
That was great.
Was it a half session or like two half? It was almost like two half sessions, wasn't it?
Wouldn't that be a whole session there, buddy?
One half of a session, another half of another session.
That's still a whole.
It all balances out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have anything else to talk about and you guys just shoot the shit, that's fine. We could definitely pan over to Roderick. After following the group around, them doing some shopping, all that, you would see them all sort of reconvene in front of the Obsidian Boot again. Where there was two other people you see them meet up with, and they have a discussion, and all 10 of them start walking out of the city, and they start walking out of the northern gates. Are you going to continue following outside of the city, or?
No. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna slip into like a little alley or something, like out of view of everyone, and then his echo steps out next to him. Says, "Okay, when we had the full crown brain juices going, we had a plan. Let's see if that works." And then they both nod. And then just gonna like basically like find like something to hide behind, like a dumpster or something that's out of sight where no one's not likely to come by. And then he just sits there and says, "Okay, let's see if this works. See if smarter me was right about this." And then he is going to use his new ability to basically work into his echo and see and hear from his echo's perspective.
Okay, so it's just Roderick.
Yeah. And then he steps
But more
up like,
shadowy.
huh,
More shadowy, Roderick.
this is new and interesting. And then he starts walking out of the gates where the guys went.
Okay. For funsies on this one, give me a dex check. Because seems like we've already kind of established a canon that like this Roderick is from the mirror dimension. Your left is now your right, and your right is now your left. Okay, so like as you're doing things, like the first few steps you take, you almost like fumble a little bit because like you're trying to move your right leg, but your left leg moves, and like you're leaning all weird. So you come walking out of the alleyway like a drunk, almost staggering, like trying to get your footing right.
That tracks.
And like you like reach down to like the right side of your belt to like where your guns would be at, and there's no guns there. And you're like,
Right. Swords, yes. It's like almost cut himself a few times. Oh shit. Okay. Yep. All right. Left and right. Right and left. Sure, I got this.
and sort of how how does it make you feel handling the swords again?
It's more so that he was told never to, um, by like the one person that he respected. So he's like, gotta pull out all the stops. I guess if I don't really use them. So still hasn't not the complete fuck up. All right. Anyways, he puts them away, then starts learning how to walk as he walks outside the gates.
Are you trying to be stealthy about this or no?
Not really. And in
Okay.
fact, he is like, as people pass by, he's like, hey, everybody, want to see me take on a bunch of fucking idiots out here who think they're bounty hunters or some shit?
All right. Give me a charisma roll.
the cliff. I ain't good at that.
What, you're not the face right now? I say bullshit.
Okay. So yeah. So this apparently drunken Roderick comes stumbling out of an alleyway, just talking shit to this group that just left. Like, hey, you want to see me come take on this whole group? And like, for the like couple dozen feet, like from where this alleyway was at to like the gate, you managed to drum up a small group of people that are kind of like, what's this fool talking about? Are you gonna make some big gesture when you get outside the gates or anything?
Oh, absolutely. He's like, hey, you fuckers. Talk. You're not so tough now. Come on. Come say it to my face. I came out here, like you said, and now you're walking away. You pussies.
They all like stop and turn around and they're like looking, and to them, you just look drunk, like you like a baby that just learned how to walk, because you're like kind of like, come on, you want to do something, and they all get a nice chuckle out of it, and they just sort of stop, and they're like, oh, you finally got enough liquid courage to take us up on our offer, huh?
Yeah, liquid courage off Obama's tits.
I choked in my spit a little bit. They all sort of crack up at this one. All right then. How about you come over here and put those words to action?
Hey, I'm right here outside the gates, and like you said, and the fucking arms. These people all came to watch me kick your ass, bitch.
You get sort of some like laughter and a little bit of chatter happening behind you. One of them sort of stops, and they sort of lean in, and you hear them like talking amongst themselves, And one just steps up and he's like, "We don't even need to do this with all of us. I'll take you on myself."
Oh, you sent the weakest one, huh?
Yeah. He's like, "We'll let you lead the dance. You want to do weapons or just fists?"
Just do fists, man.
He smiles. He's like, "So I was hoping you would say," and he just comes charging at you.
Alright.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah. I'm gonna need something on my sheet to throw hands with.
Oh, damn.
Confirm it. All right.
Also, no rush on the cliff. I just want to know before we go back into building.
Yeah, I got you. All right, so it's just gonna be you, then them. And yeah, so he comes running at you, fully telegraphing his attack. What are you gonna do?
How do I throw an unarmed attack?
So you would be able to still do your normal just melee attack roll,
Okay.
but your damage is just your strength modifier.
I ain't strong though.
That's the kicks with it, unarmed fighting.
Should have picked a dance battle.
You swung
I
at
guess I tried
Desmond
to
and
hit
missed.
Desmond. Fuck you, Desmond.
It does hit the bounty hunter though.
Yeah. Hit one of you.
He is on the combat tracker, so you can target him instead of Desmond.
There we go.
And let me just double check real quick just to make sure. Ba, 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 ba. It is 1 plus hit. Unarmed strike deals bludgeoning damage equal to 1 plus your modifier, it says.
1 plus your strength mod, yeah.
It doesn't even say strength modifier in the text, though. It just says 1 plus your modifier, which is really weird.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it says 1 plus strength.
Okay. That's
Then it
why
says you are proficient with your unarmed strikes.
Yeah, so for you, it would just be an automatic 2 damage that you would do.
All right, then he's slapping him.
Okay.
He comes rushing over. He just Just turn around and walk away after that.
Right.
So he runs up and you... are you doing a second attack?
No one said you can't kick him in the nuts. Just saying.
Absolutely a second attack.
Okay.
Slap him in the nuts. Hit him with that 1-2.
Oh no.
Hey. Confirm that, please. All right. So you hit him with the first one. The second one, as you're throwing it, he just deflects it. And he is going to throw a 1, which that was supposed to go to you, which is a miss. Yeah.
Roderick's stumbling out of the way, not knowing where left and right are.
Oh, it's completely drunken master happening right now.
And their second attack, which is a miss as well. They rolled 2 of the same. So they straight up block the second attack that you do, and they go to throw 2 more, and you manage to weave out of the way of these.
Oh man, you certainly did learn this fight from your mother, who, if you missed it before, I slept with her last night.
So good at trash talking.
Exactly.
Another hit for 2 more damage.
But this time comes
That's
around.
another hit for 2 more damage.
It's the backhand on the second.
Like he takes the 2 hits to the chin, and he's like, less talking, more throwing, and then he throws 2 more punches at you. For 3 points of damage.
That's it. Any damage?
Oh, it doesn't actually get it doesn't retain your health, does it?
No.
Oh. So yeah, so he throws a punch, you dodge it, and like as you dodge, he like catches you with a jab with the left hand, and as it does, it just shatters the image. And he's like, what the fuck?
Looking down at his fist like I made a man into glass.
And he like wakes up in himself, like reorients himself, and he is gonna go and sneak away while everyone is distracted. Go back to the
Ooh, that was
tavern.
good.
So as you make it out of the alleyway and you go to cross the street, like towards the boot, you look over like down the path just outside the city, and you see like the group of 10 people like gathered around that area, and you see like the commoners that are like the city folk that you got, like, and everybody's like kind of standing there with their hands on their heads, and like just commotion and chaos ensuing outside the gates right now.
That guy's like, I didn't mean it.
There's no way to get that bounty now.
Yeah, that
He
that
just
little cloak,
shattered and disappeared.
that cloak that Roderick was like sporting earlier, like days ago, to kind of maneuver around the scene without being seen. He's just gonna use that again to like walk casually back into the tavern.
Giggling to himself, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As you walk into the tavern, and you're about to like beeline it towards your room, like you look over to your right and you see Desmond, Thrain, and Nell sitting at a table together.
He puts the cloak like off his head and around his shoulders, and then goes and has a seat.
So you'd all see Roderick walking in, all suspicious looking with a cloak up. And then he like sees you and does like a double take and like takes it off.
So what are you guys discussing?
Good morning, Roderick. Getting to any fun?
Yeah, still a little browsing, and nothing too interesting. Oh, I followed those bounty guys around for a bit. It seems they are.
Stop wasting them, Adam.
I
This
call
is why you
bullshit.
roll like shit, because you waste them. Stop rolling randomly.
Get them all out of the way.
It's like, yeah, they went out the entrance and we're heading directly in that direction.
I mean, so Thrain, you what are you trying to gain insight into?
See, try to gauge how much Roderick's hiding.
I mean, you get the impression that he's not being dishonest. While he may not be revealing the whole truth, he's not being dishonest in any way. He's just stupid.
Mhm.
Nell just kind of nods and continues to sip their tea. Yeah, they harassed me this morning too.
What did you do, Roderick?
I followed them around. Saw them talk at Nell, and then they kept walking around talking to people and shopping. Then they left. There's about 8 of them.
Why were you just not trying to be seen following them, or you came in little?
Yeah. Uh, The whole point in following someone is so they don't see you.
They're not pals.
They kind of know what we all look like. They've got posters, and they did not get any of our good sides. It's all right, Thread. I know you don't have a good side, but it's fine.
You're gonna have
That's
to
right.
think
It's all
of
my good side.
You're gonna have to think of a better costume than putting a hood up on top of your cowboy hat there, buddy.
I took the hat off.
I just saw you walk in.
With the hood from a robe.
I love the idea of him just having the brim of the hat matted down and the hood over top of it.
Which is just the thought I'm trying to put out there is because he took it off, my brain immediately turns him into a standard Roderick, which has the hat on. So I was just giggling to myself like, yes. That was under there all along.
He never knew it was him.
Took the hood off, you just see the brim poof back out.
It depends down a little bit because it's been damped down for so long. It's like sad Roderick.
So, I mean, if you guys want, they're out there now. We could go have some words with them. Huh?
Are those words fighting words?
I mean, if they make a move first, who knows?
Nell just kind of stretches and sips their tea and goes, "No thanks, I'm off paladin duty today." Just like messing around with their nails, not really paying much attention. This is like a very laid back Nell that you're not used to seeing at this point.
Huh. Interesting. They may or may not think that I'm dead now, so they're just hunting you three. But that's just speculating. I don't know.
What did you
As I said
do,
before,
dude?
what did you do?
No, I gotta hear the story. Why are you dead?
Just stop being calm.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch up on some sleep after this story of what you did.
Why do you assume I did something?
Because you said they think you're dead now.
Oh yeah, I did
Why?
say that, huh? I might have messed with them a bit.
Come on. You
You
gotta tell us. What, do I
Wait,
have
does
to buy you a
Hamlet
drink
keep
first?
going?
Well, see, since you guys and maybe a select few within the order know about my other me, I might have led them to believe that one of them just shattered me with their fist.
Oh my god, what sort of a moron would buy that wasn't an illusion?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
not an
illusions
illusion.
don't shatter, do they?
It's not an illusion.
No, I understand it's not an illusion, but like, in that situation where you punched a man and he shattered like glass, I feel like that's the only quick assumption you can make because if you have no idea what's going on with Roderick's weave separation,
Or maybe they just assumed I had a glass jaw. No, no.
That's it.
Anyone?
I'm going to bed.
Wait,
I'm taking a nap.
Wait, glass jaw. You get it? Wait, where are you going?
If you say wait, he'll stop for a half second. If you say last, he's walking.
Dwarves don't have sensitive humor.
Raina, there's a really bad place for you to be. You have a dog bed directly to the left. Why
I was
must
so
you be
confused at first.
under me?
Yeah, I thought
Right?
you were talking about Thrain. I was like,
Right.
what?
Okay,
No,
I'm the only one who heard the
my
rain.
dog's
That-
being stupid and
No,
like
they said
rotating
Raina.
my chair directly being under me instead of being the dog bed that is a foot and a half to the left.
I heard rain, and I'm
heard
apparently not the
Thrain.
only one.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I heard
but-
Raina, and I'm like, this could be an
She's not
interesting
listening.
conversation switch.
yeah, no, sorry, I got distracted.
um.
leaving. I'll go join you. What are we doing?
Oh, you left too?
Yeah.
Getting away from that conversation.
Cool.
I as much as I want to be together as a group, if we're all together, it's more likely we're gonna fight, and I don't want to think about them right now, like you were saying. Leave it alone. Deal with it when it's time.
I like that. Desmond turns and goes into his room.
Oh, I didn't think you smelled that. I don't know why they left.
Yeah. Whatever. So, did I miss your big speech?
No, it's not happening today. There's some inner city drama where some of those individuals who believe that they should be ruling themselves attacked the water treatment facility because the Dragon Guard is the one who pays the engineers there.
Okay, so what you're saying is they are too distracted by that nonsense to deal with the shit that we need them to deal with, so we should go and deal with the water treatment plant issue.
I'm not saying anything. Sorry, I'm off duty right now. I haven't had a break in several months. And I really am just unplugging.
Is that like an oath breaking thing that you were talking about? Like you just like fuck paladin shit? Like, is that how that works?
No, far from it. I still cannot violate my oath right now, but when I say I'm off duty, I mean I'm not acting as some de facto leader of a, for some reason, seen as a criminal organization group of ragtag idiots that I call family and brother and sisters at arms. I am just Mel.
Good. Then fuck all that Obsidian Order stuff. Welcome to Team
Obsidian
Roderick.
Rodriguez. Welcome to Team Roderick. All right.
Yes. So get a few drinks in you, and we're gonna go let out some frustration on water treatment assholes.
We've been asked by Fenris to keep our noses out of it because it has nothing to do with us.
But he asked no oath of the order of all that. Yeah, he didn't know that Nell is now Team Roderick, and that Nell is off duty. So this one is gonna take some drinks. He slants some silver over to the bartender.
The bartender, as we're sitting in the restaurant.
They
Or
still sell
barmaid.
drinks there.
Yeah, or whoever. It's like he leans over. I need you to get them fucked up. All right, you're gonna catch up because already did some pre-gaming. You're gonna catch up, and we're gonna go get all that aggression because I can see that aggression. flex those pound muscles.
Hate to
What is it,
break
like
it to you.
noon?
Hate to break it to you, Roderick, but I'm pretty sure if I wanted to flex those pounding muscles, I'd probably hit you in the jaw.
Hit me?
Hey, you've been kind of a dick towards me lately, and I just.
No, I haven't. Also, I have a glass jaw, so don't hit me there. You remember that's a callback for the joke from earlier? Did you hear it?
I'll give you a gold if you duct tape his mouth shut. No? Okay.
What is
drink
duct
with
tape?
Listen, they have a water treatment facility here. They have ducts, therefore they probably have tape for them.
That's not how that works.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on. Why can't I've been a dick to you?
Every time I try to explain myself, you just dismiss pretty much everything I have to say and then leave.
How many times has this happened?
2 or 3 times now in the past few days.
You know what? I think you're miscounting. So I'm gonna give you a pass. It's okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have these drinks, and I'm buying to say sorry for making you feel that I dismissed you or whatever. And then we go fuck some shit up. You can picture all of them as being that asshole Roderick that was mean to you. This is a win all around. Free drinks and get some aggression out. And helping your buddy.
Why don't you tell me more about what you were doing with Coin?
Told you guys that. Wait, no, I told you guys.
You vaguely told me something about taking the head off of a corpse and then dismissed me and walked away. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
It's hard because there was a lot of thoughts and words at the time. So my buddy needed help with a friend that was dead, and then he made his head alive
Got it.
and had me with the crown to tell the head about our adventures. And I'm assuming there was a purpose for it that I seem to be able to piece together at the time, but the brain juices have started to run out.
I'm sure they have start to run out, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd ask who this friend of Coin's was, but I'm sure just like Coin, we don't get to know their identity.
No, wait. I remember asking him his name. It's gone. Dave? He seemed like a Dave.
Are you channeling Vardrock right now?
This is a very drunk, very stupid Roderick.
You didn't realize that the sun isn't even full height right now, don't you?
It just always seems like it's up there trying to kill us, so I don't know what.
Oh God, maybe I do need a drink.
There you go. All right, bring an extra.
Nella's still like sipping their morning tea.
Morning tea. It's midday.
Yeah, I know. but like
Uh,
their morning is so different than like the average awake person's that this is their morning tea because it is pre true noon, or at least it was started pre true noon. It is in the AM, and therefore it is morning.
Yeah, and the waitress would bring over like a probably something like liquor, something strong, with the amount of money you put down on the table for it.
Yeah.
Kind of just sets it down like, here you go.
And Nell is just going to pound whatever was put beside them.
Yeah.
Wow, I think Roderick's beside you.
Bend over. This aura can do more than protect.
Yeah, sure. Give me a con save now.
Sure.
No.
All
I
that,
use
all
a
the
golden
herbs and the
D20.
tea.
No, I think it's that they've been drinking with Thrain recently. Nothing but dwarven bullshit. They took dwarven shots the other day and didn't get too fucked up. I don't think normal liquor does much anymore. Doesn't feel the same. Listen, you can try to get me drinking all you want, but I'm not planning on going against what Fenris has asked of me. I'd rather just dick off and go shopping. Or, like, I don't know, you could have full story time about how you somehow managed to break out of prisons.
It's boring stuff.
Oh, come on, you never tell us anything about your backstory other than that wasn't the first prison you broke out of and that you are from that one town. And
Yeah,
that you are, in fact, just a human.
Yeah, that sums it right up. Tell you, make a deal.
You have any siblings?
You come along with an adventure on Team Roderick, I'll tell you everything you want to know.
I hate you.
That's not a no.
Coin, Roderick's being stupid. I know that doesn't mean anything and you're not actually here, but fuck this guy.
Yeah. We go way back. We tight now. So,
Sure thing.
yeah. Wait. I can put in a good word for you, but, I only do that for people on Team Roderick.
Nell just reaches across the table and flips his hat off his head and goes, whatever, dude. What are we doing?
We're going to go on an adventure to save a water treatment plant. Let's go. Slam his last drink.
They just kind of throw their head back, but I don't want to work.
It's not work. It's fun.
Nell is following him despite the complaint. And they might have their sword at their side, but they're like not armored or anything. They are just, at this point, they were like, fuck this shit. And they just went to be average.
All right. To the water treatment. Which way is it?
Oh, you haven't been there yet. It's over here. Now leads him across the city, not towards the water treatment facility. Just like window shopping as they go. Like they go and like follow along one of the channels.
I don't believe you.
Nell just like points at the like a nearby water wick and gestures to the like channel. Like, what? We're on our way.
Do a deception roll, DC 16.
Oh,
So they make a compelling argument.
all right, fine.
That is indeed water, and we are in a desert. So, I mean, it's got to be something to do with the water treatment plant, right?
And Nell is basically gonna give him the runaround for a little bit because they did want to like go shopping and like explore the city in a non-official manner. But they will eventually lead him back to the front of the temple and go, "What? You still too afraid to walk in?"
Uh, is that where the water treatment is?
Nell walks in and goes, "Yeah, we're gonna try not to be in the way or piss off Fenris, but we're totally just here on not official business, looking at the architecture of this place."
Of course not. And he goes to step in.
Are you going to say that to, like, the guard that are there?
No, this
Oh.
is like as Nell is walking towards it.
Okay. Yeah, so Roderick, first time stepping foot in here, I think. You have so much confidence as you're like walking up to the door, and like as you're about to step into it, you think about what happened to Desmond again, and you're like,
Nell's just standing at the other side.
It's okay. I believe in the
Come on, results guy.
gods. Or
Nell's already continuing on like he's clearly following.
yes, I am a worshiper and follower. I am holy. He's saying this stuff out loud as he walks closer and closer.
I'm just gonna make a con save of attempting to contain my laughter. I hold it in.
Get to the other side.
Nell's leaning against a pillar and goes, "You do realize that the consecration's been broken, hence all of the work that Thrain and the
You
other
do
cult
realize
members have been
I'm the
going in."
results guy. That's what you realize.
Sure thing, buddy.
Onward to water treatment, assholes.
as you two are having this conversation, sort of in the courtyard of the temple, now you notice that like there's guard presence in there where there normally isn't. And when you first walk into the left, like if you were to go directly to where the water treatment plant is at, there are two of the Dragon Guard outside the door, which normally they're not stationed there.
Mm-hmm. Nell's just like walking around looking at everything in here with the light of less like we have a job to do and actually being a tourist. And they're just like, also, Roderick, this isn't that kind of temple. You don't really have to be a holy guy, total worshiper to be here. The pilgrimage to get here is more of a internal spiritual, not a faith.
Non-believer, can you keep your blasphemous words away from me? I have to maintain this, otherwise what happened to Desmond will happen to me.
But nothing happened to Desmond. He just didn't come in.
Yeah, for a reason.
He just didn't feel like it. Why don't you ask him? Nell's just smirking and casually walking around.
Are you sure this is the way?
Nell just kind of points towards the guards and goes, "Oh, I'm sure, but we're not going."
What?
Well, you see, Nell points to the main water lines that are you can see on the outside. These are some of the mains. I know from our dream that one is main 7. But there are guards outside of the water treatment facility, which is always filled with engineers. We can't go in there.
Ye of little faith. He starts walking up towards the guards.
They
Nell's looking at a painting, just ignoring that this is happening.
one of them puts his hand up and he's like, "Sorry, this section of the temple's closed today."
I understand. I understand. This is the water treatment area, yeah?
It is.
And you've been having some problems with attacks, correct?
Sort of look at each other. We have.
Can they smell the liquor on his breath?
No way for you to know.
And
At this point, Nell's like leaning against the wall off to the side, just watching him work his magic.
and you like drinking water, don't you?
Get to the point that you're trying to make.
Me and my companion are here to get rid of that problem for you.
If they look over at Nell, they just go,
um, how do I want to do this? John, high or low?
Hi.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion roll. If you'd have got low, if it would have been low with you saying hi, it would have been at disadvantage due to Nell saying no. The fucking results guy.
That's right.
The guard kind of like, with a very stern face, he like steps like a foot, like steps closer to you, and he sort of like leans in and he's like, "We've been ordered not to let any civilians in here, but between you and I, this vigilantism has gone unpunished for too long. If you can find out who's doing this, let's just say not all the Dragon Guard agree with the High Blade's approach."
We were never here.
He looks over at the other guy and gives him a nod, and they both step away and let you go in.
He looks over to Nell. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
just walks over, like, they just look so unamused as they walk past these guards.
Yeah, Team Roderick, eh? 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 Team Roderick. Yeah! Start heading in.
And as you guys walk in, there's a lot more chaos going on inside the engineering room than what you're used to now. People moving around a little bit more frantic. It almost reminds you
the back of Roderick's shirt, so that if the drunk man gets in somebody's way, they can just pull him back a little bit. Be like, hold on.
Yeah, the chaos that's kind of going on in here, you haven't really seen except for in your vision of when Main 7 was explodified.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of the environment that's in here right now of like the craziness. What's your guys' approach here?
All right.
I'm gonna make a perception check to see if I can notice anything amiss that is other than people running around. What looks wrong exactly?
Sure.
Be this.
I too will be perceptifying.
So personified.
Roderick, give me an intelligence roll.
He's looking for anyone that's trying to be shady, like the type of people that he's used to being around.
Okay,
So if that helps,
that helps. You don't have to make an intelligence roll to do that.
okay.
My favorite part is that that is also the people that Nell's used to hanging around with.
I mean, so I would say, Roderick, you don't see anybody that looks shady or from like your survey of the room, you don't see anybody who appears to be up to anything nefarious. You just see a bunch of people running around with clipboards and they're looking at little doodads and gizmos on the wall and they're reading things and writing things down. Now, with you having a little bit more experience of what goes on in here, you would see like they're checking the pressure of the gauges. They're making sure everything is up and running. They appear to be doing like full maintenance, like
Diagnostic.
checklist. Yeah, like for everything in there.
Make sure we stay out of the way, but it does look like they're just doing diagnostic work. Does anything... When I made this roll, it was more of like, is there anything that outwardly looks like there has been a thing that has been sabotaged?
Nope, there's nothing inside this room you're seeing that looks off, other than the fact of like everybody being on high alert.
I don't think we're going to find anything in here, Roderick. More than likely, whatever they did to attempt to sabotage something was, I don't know, putting something in that would get quote-unquote processed. That might not make it through all that other processing things and clog things up further down the line. So I think whatever we're looking for probably is outside of the channels.
But I would say that now you do obviously see Tiffany in there.
If Tiffany looks at them, it would just be like a quick wave.
Sure.
Just an acknowledgement of like, hi there.
Yeah, there's no real social formality for it. Like,
Yeah, probably just also eye contact, slight nod, continue working.
yeah, like if that, like very, like everybody in there seems to be just like hustling and bustling to make sure everything is working right.
Let's let the smart people do the smart people thing in peace. Huh?
You're right. I should do something. And then he goes over.
Pulls him backwards.
What?
We need to not be in the way.
We're not in a way. We're just going to ask a quick question or two.
You mean distract them while they're running diagnostics? To make sure that everybody continues to have fresh, drinkable water in the city?
Yes, and then if these people get, I don't know, attacked again, that's going to be a bit more of a distraction.
Sure thing, Roger.
Glad you agree. Hey, excuse me. Could somebody tell me where the attack took place?
That's great. John, high or low?
We're gonna stick with high.
Whatever you're doing, stop, please.
Oh,
You're crackling your mic.
Who?
Megan.
Megan.
The hell?
Oh, it sounds horrible now.
What?
We can't even understand what you're trying to say.
I'm hearing your voice before I'm seeing your mouth move. It looks like
And then it's all modulated.
you sound like a squirrel.
Fuck you do.
I think she's not even getting. They're not even getting audio. Oh, can you hear us now?
What the fuck?
I, you might wanna go in
Exit out
there.
and come back in.
Yeah. Close Video Ninja and try coming back in, maybe.
John, I think you need to go speak to them in person.
Probably saying the same thing. Like, I can't understand you guys. Like, we can't understand you.
This is the funniest shit. They're still talking. They're just going on, and I'm just hearing a squirrel voice going.
Uh-huh. I think it's the mic going out and not the cord.
I think it's probably just a software issue within Video Ninja. Would be my
That
guess.
But yeah, I'm trying to get that figured out before I have to go into more RP because I can get all that narrowed in.
Yeah. That's up to you, honestly.
Okay. I didn't because I know you said you had plans.
Yeah, no, it's up to you. Like I can run with it however you want to do it. It's your call. I mean-
I like that idea, and then especially with the conversation that was just had.
Yeah, I have no concerns with that.
Cool. I will say, I got thermal underpants that are, like leggings pretty much. I understand it now. These are so comfortable.
I don't think I could wear them just around the house. Like I'd be so warm.
Oh, they're thin. They're just another layer. Is what I'm using them for.
Fuck that. I don't want another layer.
Oh.
If I could sit here on the stream naked, I'd fucking do that probably.
Well, it's when I'm working mainly.
Yeah, I mean, if you're outside, thermal underwear are fucking the best.
Oh yeah. Especially because when I bought them, I just kept getting cars that I had to push in. So I tried to do a basic diagnostic outside before I have to gather 5 people to push it in the building. The parking lot is stupid and it's uphill inside the building.
That makes sense. You would totally do
100%. It's uphill in and uphill out.
That makes even more sense.
Because it's uphill to get its slope, and then as the building it dips down. Great. It's a stupid fucking parking lot.
I think. What the hell?
Sid moved his mic as he unmuted it.
Stop it. John, you guys good? Oh no, we lost John too.
Oh no. Does the mic reach that far?
I don't know. I know it reaches to the kitchen, and I think that Megan's like just on the other side of the kitchen.
Oh, doors do funny things. Too.
Open.
Oh, I'd flirted with that 20.
Hang on, let me do this lazy way. There we go.
You just copy sentence.
Yes.
You got a better roll than me too.
Because if I wanted to type it out, I have to lean up, and I'm comfortable leaning back right now.
Fail.
But I get a 14.
I got a 19. I think that's the
Damn,
highest I've
14.
seen that thing actually roll.
I've seen it land on 20.
Has it?
That's
Uh huh.
I feel like that
rolled
thing's always
a
in
20.
single digits. I'm just picturing like Megan's computer caught fire and they're like scrambling to extinguish this.
In person, Megan's still talking in chipmunk voice.
Sean's like, what the fuck happened? Why are you talking like this? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's the side effects of the Celsius.
I had to look up what that was.
It's like the new cocaine, liquid cocaine.
It's not even healthier. It's claimed to be healthier. It's not.
I don't know. The fact that I had to look it up means I'm probably never going to drink it.
But they taste just okay.
Well, I guess we can use this moment here. What did Desmond and Thrain go do?
I went to take a nap, mainly just think. Can you hear us now? There you go. Hi now.
Hold on, I gotta re-add Megan back to this because the link that they used changed again somehow. I don't understand Video Ninja sometimes.
Because you get a new key when you join, but the one that Sin uses is the same key because he uses the original link you put.
Sin and John both. I don't have to update either one of them.
I literally the original link that Cliff sent. I clicked on it and then saved it to my
It's a bookmark.
And it isn't doing the thing. So
Mine updates every time. Yours does. Adam's does. For some reason, John and Sin, I don't have to update it.
I have a headache from all the really loud screeching robot sounds I was hearing.
Oh, you were getting those robot sounds too from us?
You should have heard what you sounded like. It was pretty great.
John, was it the same?
No, yours was worse.
Yours was funny because like your mouth, we would hear like, I don't know what's going on, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, but it was like I was hearing your voice before your video was showing what you actually said.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty wicked.
Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah, it was really weird. So anyway, Roderick, you yell out, hey, can anyone tell me what happened with the attack? And as you do, you see a lot of people look up at you just like with very like scowled faces. And Tiffany kind of breaks away from what she was doing and she was like, you two, out. I told them we don't want anybody else in here bothering us when we're getting the stuff ready. Go.
And that's what I told Roderick, and I drag him out.
She kind of yells out like, go investigate the Western Fountain if you want to find out more. Nothing you could do in here.
Western Fountain. Got it. We have a lead, partner.
You know what's even better is that's the general direction we were in earlier while we were looking at stupid shit.
Great. We're on the right track.
We were already there.
Now we return.
Yeah. As you two walk out, the guard you were talking to, Roger, gives you a nod. Yeah, if you guys head out, then you'd be basically going all the way around the building to the opposite side. And then you head over, walking down.
To not hear a dang thing from Sirenscape. I had the volume up all the way, and I can see the sound flickering, but I hear nothing.
Here, hold on. I just gotta restart it.
I haven't heard anything for a while.
I haven't heard anything all night.
Are you not hearing the music?
Now I do.
Okay.
Barely.
Did mine break?
Well, yeah.
Oh. It was just quiet. Okay.
Music. I like that one.
So, you all walk out all the way around the building to the west side of the city. And down the middle atrium of the city, there's kind of that large road that has the like the open aqueduct in the middle of it. And as you head further west, like down this road, you would start noticing the aqueduct running thin. And as you get about 3/4 of the way down, you would see that there's no water in the aqueduct area at all. And as you get to the far western area, you'd see a small sect of guards that are over there. And the fountain that's on the far wall, this large waterfall fountain that normally is just this ambience of cascading water, is completely off at this moment. And you have the guards sort of standing by it. They're, as you're approaching, having a conversation with one another, and as they see that you two are actually approaching them, you see them sort of stand more at a formal pose.
These soldiers, we're here to catch the vigilantes.
They sort of look at each other and they're like, the High Blade said that we weren't to bother you all with this.
He
Right.
thinks it sounds like fun.
And the High Blade told you that because he didn't want this to be. Picking up what I'm putting down?
No.
I never do.
He doesn't want this to be something that goes public, obviously. You can see how it can look to the common person.
A common person can quite easily see that the fountain is not fountaining, Roderick.
Sorry. They're new. So So where would you say the attack came from? And then we can go and just look around a bit and see if there's any rodents we need to exterminate for you.
Does Nell see anything obviously amiss?
The fountain's off.
Yeah.
Roderick, give me persuasion? Persuasion or just straight charisma? Your call, really? I don't understand. Like, he kind of like nods and he's like,
There's no harm in telling him, so why not?
he just nods. He's like, yeah, in the early hours of the morning, residents around here heard an explosion and felt a thud at their feet. And when they did, they noticed that the fountain started pumping out dirty water for a moment before the pump stopped altogether. And we had a few eyewitnesses say that they seen a hooded figure fleeing from the premise. We don't have much to go off right now. If you want to take a look, you're more than welcome to.
Nell shrugs. Where's the pump at?
He kind of like gestures off and he's like, there's a access panel on the northern side of the fountain, and there's a large bay that if you drop down in the aqueduct, that you could access the maintenance room. And he's still just like looking at like the rest of the guard, like is someone else gonna say anything, and no one does. So he's just like,
Nell just kind of walks off to where the access panel is to see what they can see.
yeah, on the northern side of the fountain, it's like there's like a row of shrubbery that's sort of like decorative shrubbery that's there. And then on the other side of it, there's a small gap of about 3 feet or so before where the water would normally be at. And against the wall, in that little gap, there's an access panel that you could pull out, and it reveals a ladder that leads down.
We're
Walks
gonna
over,
get in trouble.
Kneels down. Like, what you got, partner?
Nell's glancing at the bushes and is like, well, we could always see if they left any evidence behind among the shrubbery.
Good idea.
Just give me an investigation roll. I guess with this one, someone can be the primary and someone can be the support role.
I will support Nell.
We're
Alright,
both
go.
dumb as rocks, okay? There is not a single intelligence between these two.
Do not speak ill of Team Nelrod.
Elrod!
Hey, you got the first name of the team name.
It's close enough to Nimrod, so it makes sense.
Yeah, you look around and you don't notice anything. You don't even notice like any of the bush out of place, like nothing was trampled. There's nothing that you see up here whatsoever.
Nell just nods, looking at it, goes, these sure are bushes. And then walks towards the access panel.
They are, but what does that mean? And then follows.
Are you guys going down in the access hatch?
Yep.
I really don't want to.
We're this close. I can feel it.
What are we going to see down there that they already haven't seen down there? The individual took off.
Well, no, because we're not down there.
You haven't done any bit of your side of the bargain. I have had no backstory.
You expect us to do it right in the middle of our investigation? After the adventure is done. We're still on the adventure.
No, give and take.
He starts climbing down the access.
You climb down this ladder that's it takes you about 15 feet down, and you're in this this completely like concrete encased room, and there's like a strong like mildewy smell that first like kisses your nostrils, and then as you actually get down further into it, you just start smelling like the smell of something that was burnt. And as you look in there, you can see that there's a lot of like machinery and pipes, and in the middle of the room, you can see this large scar of like sooted blackness on one of the pipes, and you see the pipe has just been completely like split open, where it almost looks like the explosion happened from the inside out. And there's about an inch or so of water that's filling the entire area in here.
Okay. Going to walk over, Um, he is going to take a little cloth and just kind of rub it along the blackened area where it looks like, the explosion took place.
Nell thinks better about leaving Roderick alone, drunk with high tech shit, and goes down the axis.
I knew you'd show up. I'm grabbing some evidence.
Yeah.
And then we're going to
Evidence
bring
that
it
there
back.
was an explosion.
Right. But what caused the explosion?
Nell just kind of like reaches into a gully and just pulls out a random berry and just hands it to Roderick and goes, "Eat this." No words. Doesn't even pay attention to which one, as long as it's one they've not picked yet.
Go ahead and give me a roll on the. I think you got to do 5 rolls on the random.
Nope.
No take backsies.
It doesn't work still.
If you handed Roderick that black tar goopy one, I want to see what that shit does.
Here, I'll do it this way. Give me a D6. On a 6, John, you can give me a number between 1 and 5. Otherwise, whatever number it lands on, that's the berry that you were handed. Okay. So I will do boop, 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 and the first one was a bright magenta with tiny sparkling stars. So that's the berry that gets handed to you.
Why am I eating this?
Yeah, do the same ones this time.
Find out.
Okay. After we're done.
Oh, come on, it could help.
You don't know what it does.
You don't know that.
You just said it.
No, Nell did not. Nell reached inside of their bag and grabbed a berry and handed it to you, said, "Eat this."
Uh-huh. He says, what does it do?
And they said, "Eat it and find out."
You're up to something.
Come on, we both get to have fun on this adventure, don't we?
Uh-huh. Alright. He finished wiping off some of the residue onto the cloth. Is there anything else worth noting down here?
That you have a berry that you should eat.
Before I answer your question, are you eating the berry or are you doing any sort of investigation rolls before you eat the berry?
Those seem like they are up to no good.
I mean, they just offered you a berry. They said it might help.
Alright.
The berry's super sweet. It has a really, really nice taste to it. There's something familiar yet exotic about it. And, like, as you sort of, like, kind of ruminate the palate of it in your mouth a little bit, you feel extremely lucky.
Damn right.
So, as you're trying to figure out if there's anything else down here of note, how do you want
the white one?
How do you want to proceed with this? You could do like arcana check if you're trying to see if there's any magic. You could do another investigation roll to try to just take a closer look at everything, or anything else that you may think would be appropriate for this.
Well, he wants to find if there's anything magical or anything that he can bring back to Desmond to analyze.
Okay, so that would be an Arcana roll then.
Hey.
Why are you gonna get me involved in this shit?
And I don't know if you need it or not, but that berry just gave you luck. So you have the ability to re-roll one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw for the next hour. So you can bank it, or you could
Banking it.
Okay. So as you start to look around, you notice that on the pipe where the metal is sort of torn outward, at the top of it, you can see what appears to be something scratched on it. And as you look at this a little bit, and now that you've wiped some of the soot away from that area and you can get a more clear look at it, it reminds you of like the talks that your group has had about the runes that are carved in your chest and how like runes are in general. And it looks like the remnants of a rune may have been carved into this pipe. But you don't know enough about magic to be able to make a firm decision on that. But it is something that definitely like catches your attention for you to be able to, trace onto a piece of paper or something.
And he will do exactly that. All right.
And with a fucking 18, I'll say that like you on the pipe itself where it's kind of blown up, like you see more of the rune in a certain area too, and you kind of get that. So like on this piece of paper, you have a few patches of like the different pieces that like when you're looking at it, you can't really ascertain of like how that would fit together as one, but like it all has to be together with something. So yeah, you just put the paper down on it and sort of rub some of the soot onto it to leave the etching like white on the black paper.
Right. All right, now. Good partner. Now to the lab. And he starts heading for the ladder and goes up.
You didn't do it, but I heard Drunk Roger go, "Did it!" He continues to go to the lab. And Nell just like looks at the berries in their pack, just like grabs the white one with the slate shimmer, pops that in their mouth as they're following. Just.
And the intentions to head straight back to Desmond.
Okay. So I'm looking it up. Give me a second here. I'm facilitating a whole fucking game here. Calm down. So as you climb out, like the guard's like, any luck? Did you find anything?
Oh, we found something, all right.
Well,
Remnants of a rune on the pipe that exploded.
okay. What do we do next? Do you want me to report this to the High Blade or?
Oh, no. Remember, it's off the record.
We're never here.
Right. Okay. So, what are you guys gonna do now?
Look into what this rune does and what language it is, possibly figure out some sort of a narrowing of suspects. Perhaps, who knows?
Okay.
We'll keep you updated. Don't let anybody else saying they're on a secret mission through here. This is just us. Or if anybody comes with us, they're cool. But that's it.
Okay.
put in a good word for you.
Thank you.
He starts walking off authority.
Now as you're kind of squishing the berry between your teeth, like it has sort of this this pleasant bitterness to it. And as you eat the berry, you feel this sort of rush of energy that you've only ever felt when some curative magic has been used. And like as you're sort of mulling it about a little bit, you get the impression that this has some of the magical properties of lesser restoration.
Huh. That was a fun one. So what does your berry do?
Tastes good.
You're not going to mention anything about feeling lucky, are you, John?
He always feels lucky.
Come on.
He's the results guy. What do you expect?
Yeah, it tastes real good. I like it.
Oh man, lesser restoration. I'm sober.
Yeah, the target's poison.
You would not be sober. It does not cure poison.
Okay.
It's not lesser restoration, but it's some of the effect of lesser restoration. You don't know exactly what that extent is because the effect of that berry didn't actually do anything to you. But you definitely can pick up on, due to the fact that you are a paladin, you can definitely pick up on that like curative like energy. But yeah, it did not make you sober though.
Yeah, Nils just walking around. Yeah, I finally got that berry backpack to work, and I have berries now. And most of them are pretty good, and
Well,
some of them feel magical.
That was my favorite, so keep that one in mind.
Okay, I'll have to try it myself next time. Did I switch it
Put it on
up? Is this
backwards.
my mic?
Yes.
I keep this on backwards because I hate having the mic in my face. So I don't have it hooked up to this. Son of a bitch.
All right,
What
you guys.
microphone is this?
It's on.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So it's not the one on the back of my head. Good.
No.
Fuck. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you make it back to the boot, and
How long would that have took?
a pretty decent amount of time.
Okay.
As you're making your way back to the boot, Roderick, you would see a small group of the bounty hunters standing outside of the Obsidian boot. I will give you the benefit of the doubt that you're on the lookout for these people. So like as you're approaching, like as you like bend the corner to where the boot is at, you would see them standing just outside the entrance of it. What do you do?
So they're just standing out there?
Yeah, they're sort of in like a semicircle, like talking to one another. But like you get the impression like they're literally there to keep an eye out on you guys.
Okay. Gonna hat off, cloak up. Whispers over to Nell. We got some bounty hunters over there.
Oh no, Nell's not phased or doing anything different. As they continue to walk towards the obsidian boot with Roderick.
Roderick, go ahead and give me a stealth roll at disadvantage, since how Nell is not helping you in any way with your cause.
Just because Nell is approaching doesn't mean Roderick is.
Yeah, but if they see
Right,
you
but
and they see some black dude standing next to you, they're gonna put
Right.
two and two together probably.
Right.
Shit.
I will say you do have that banked luck roll. If you want to try to roll again, that is up to you.
You just choose the 11.
I will use it. Because that gives me another roll.
Okay.
I will use the 16.
So 21. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So actually, let me see what their modifier is, because one of them rolled an 18. They have a +0 wisdom modifier. All right. So as you
Nell's out of uniform, so it's not like they look like they usually do. This is just a red-haired elf who happens to have all the same face tattoos.
who they happened to
that.
talk to earlier in the same attire that you're in right now.
No, Nell was fully done up earlier.
you
never
didn't,
went back to the office. You never went back to your room.
yeah, you never mentioned anything about like changing it all, so you walked
You
into
are
the
right.
tavern.
So I
So-
guess I can dismiss Nell was in their armor because they would have gone to speak to Fenris fully done up like they were about to have a day of work.
Nell did say that at the beginning that they were fully done up before leaving their room.
Okay. So if there was never a time where you had a moment to change, then okay, so you're in it. So regardless, they'd have recognized you because they talked to you. So as you're walking, like Roderick puts himself between you and this group, and when they see you, they like sort of call out like, "Did you finally decide to do the honorable thing and take us up on our offer?"
They are ignored.
Okay.
Nell
Yeah,
just walks past them.
Yeah, so as you like walk past, like Roderick's walking ahead of you a little bit and like going in before, just kind of blending in with the crowd. And like as you're about to walk in, like, you bring shame to the name of the Eclipsian Order. At least the previous leader wasn't a coward.
I'm far from a coward, but I'm looking to reach the Sphinx in one piece.
We can get you back there in one piece.
Stuck in the city with the transporter I'm already going to be going through. It's just continuing to walk.
You just hear a couple more heckles like amongst themselves as you walk in. On that note,
Nell just kind of waves him off and goes, "Let me know if you want a drink."
on that note, do y'all want to continue going, or do you want to call it?
I'm good to keep going for
I'm good to keep going.
4 hours.
I don't give a shit.
I'm good with everyone else going. I'll spend some time with Dante because he's waiting on me.
That's fine.
So
Yeah.
We call it at that point. That's fine.
Yeah,
Family
Roderick.
time.
No, Roderick's part can be done, and then everybody else can keep going.
Yeah, we'll just call it. That's fine. Because anything that's happening, we're gonna need everybody here anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you guys make it back in, and head to Desmond's quarters, and that's where we'll call it for the night. So
Might be a little bit rewinding, a little bit next session, but yeah,
not really.
depending on how long that took. If we're talking a couple hours,
Well,
mean,
yeah,
if you-
I'm sure we're gonna have a jump back to like while Nell and Roderick were being dumbasses.
Well, you napped. You said.
I if it took a couple hours, I don't know how long it took. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I figure it's a big city. They walked around the whole thing, so yeah, it took an hour or two, probably.
the nap would have took about an hour, and then they're thinking, and then possibly going to Desmond's room. Depending on everything. So
That makes
That
it even
time to
easier.
quiet.
That would mean that Thrain is in Desmond's room when the other two get there. That makes it even easier for me. But yeah, so keep me honest. Next week's no, or is next week yes?
Next week is Floating Isles.
next week I'm gonna have to say no.
Next week is no.
No, because I have the company Christmas party next week.
You guys are having a Christmas party on Friday the 13th.
As
Yeah.
am I, but our
And-
Christmas party ends at 3 p.m.
Ours starts after work at 7 p.m. It goes 7 to 10, and they're providing food and drinks.
I'll provide you
Apparently-
food and drinks to play D&D.
Apparently, the alcoholic drinks too. I don't know.
I'll provide you food and drinks to play D&D.
So would I. But you guys are gonna be here.
Weekend is going to be the last Carps event of the season.
And I will not be going to that. John won't be there. I was gonna play with you guys playing Isles.
Well,
I don't
we're
know
still do
if-
that on Saturday.
Yeah, the cool thing
Yeah.
about
True.
that game is the people that play it don't really give a fuck about their sleep schedule.
No, they don't.
I don't
Especially
know.
usually on a Saturday when there's no plans the next day.
Yeah.
All right, so next week, no Amethil. Yes to Etheria, probably on Saturday.
We're doing a theory tomorrow.
No.
No, okay.
The week after that, we'll be back with Amethil, and then I think we got like 3 or 4 weeks of on before the next off.
We are doing it 27th and the 3rd. I'm hoping
There's
so.
shit to do.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. On that note, let me see who is on that we can raid out to.
Or was the 3rd the day that I said actually I'll be gone? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'd have to look at my calendar. And right
Apparently,
now I'm slowly
Path of
peeling
Exile
apart
2 came
this
out today.
Tag.
What came out today?
Path of Exile 2?
Oh,
Whatever that is.
sure.
I don't believe you. I'll look it up.
I mean, there's like 4 people playing it right now.
They're lying.
Oh, okay.
It was released today or yesterday.
Beta testers. We don't believe you.
I feel like Path of Exile would have a lot more people playing it.
Oh, it's an early access launch.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, my fucking intuition.
Heathcliff, it did not come into play yet. It'll come into play probably next session, which will be in 2 weeks. But we're gonna go ahead and raid out to Nat 1 and Done. Actually, how long have they been on? Does it say? Hold on. Nat 1 and Done. They've been on for 4 hours. Probably a pretty good chance that they're gonna be ending soon. So let's not do that. Trying to learn from my mistakes here. What about these guys? These guys have only been on for an hour. Okay, I have no idea who these people are. They are called Starliday They are doing a Loudwater Chronicles, which is a 5e campaign. So we are going to check them out. And I appreciate everyone hanging out. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a Merry Christmas if you... Oh, no, we're going to be back 2 weeks from now, so have one anyways. Hanukkah,
We'll just sing together.
Ramadan, whatever you may celebrate during this time. There may be a holiday that happens between now and the 20th that I don't know about, because I don't know a lot about other cultures' holidays, admittingly. So,
Happy Valentine's Day.
happy Valentine's Day.
There you go.
That's right.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.